also the head of Northern Operations. What exactly is happening at your location, and where are you exactly?
Okay, I'm just about to enter inside Yola town. You know, in the capital, Yola, where the presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party came to cast his vote. He came around a few minutes to 9, and by about 12 minutes past 9, he had left. He went through the process smoothly, casted his vote, and left. So right now we have left. We are still going around the city center, trying to get to polling units to get people who are expressing their votes. But like I said earlier, we are entering the part of Yola called Yola Town. So that's where we are just about to enter now to also visit several other polling units.
Oh, all right, Amadine. Generally, if you were to do an assessment, do we have more polling units where materials are available, or we have less where materials are available?
No, it's just that generally the materials arrive late because around 7:38 they were still distributing materials to youth corpers and ad hoc staff. So most of the polling units were visited within Yola before then. Some had people, some people, but there was no INEC ad hoc staff and no materials. But when we went to the distribution hub, we saw them effectively doing their work. It was only that they did not do it as early as people thought would happen. But in several places now, elections are starting, as most of those ad hoc staff and INEC staff are finally reaching their units where they were meant to conduct the elections.
Okay, Amadine. So, but looking at the turnout, is it impressive? Are people enthusiastic despite having to wait endlessly for the arrival of materials?
Yeah, people want to cast their votes, at least those who went to the polling units. Though yesterday when we had gone around the city center, some people that we had spoken to were not enthusiastic because they believe that they did not have cash, that the cash currency the redesign policy was going to affect their ability to go to their polling units. You know, Yola is the state capital, and there are some major cities around Yola, some major cities around Yola, some major communities around Yola and local government. So a lot of them come to Yola to work, and we are hoping that they will be able to get to their local governments to vote. Hong, Mubi, Madagali, Numan, and others. They did not have money to get to their venue, so they said that they are saying that they want to vote, but the fear is that they might not be able to get to their polling unit because there is virtually no cash. The cash scarcity is also biting hard in Yola town.
Okay, Amadine, one of the fears of election like this has always been the allegation of vote buying. I know it's pretty much early in the day for that, but are you seeing any signs of stuff like that?
No, we have not seen. For the polling units we have visited, we have not noticed anything, but we are also trying to keep a keen eye to see, in case anything like that happens around us. But one thing we are sure is that police and security, most of the checkpoints we passed, they were searching cars very well in case they will see people trying to ferry cash around the city center. But for the polling units we have visited, we have not noticed anything relating to vote buying or vote trading.
All right, Amadine, thank you very much for your interventions. We may have to get back to you later, much later in the day, but thank you for your updates.
Thank you, Lawrence.
Yes, that's Amadine Uyi, who is a bureau chief for News Central and also head of Northern Operations, giving us live updates. So much to look, so much to hear, and we have a lot in stock for you. Just stay tuned and don't go away. Even as we take a short break, we will be back to talk to more of our correspondents across the country. Please don't go away. the live studios of Citizens Decide right here on Citizen 93.7 FM Abuja. It's a live feeds for the presidential and national assembly elections, where we give you update of what is happening across the country. It's 18 minutes past 10, and from our correspondents across, it's been stories of a late turnout of election materials, election officials, but we guess that things are really going to get better as the day progresses. But right on the line, we have our correspondents in Ilorin, Kwara State, Comrade Biodun Olakjo. Comrade, thank you so much for standing by. It's quite noisy there, but just tell us, where are you exactly and what is happening?
Yes, sir. Currently, I'm at the Caribbean in Ilorin, Kwara State. I'm trying to make the situation report on the voters. So far, based on head count, we've had more than 200 persons are ready to vote. But as it is now, the accreditation of the voters are ongoing. Everybody is trying to comply with the electoral process. Like any difficult fluctuation. And people are trying to check their name whether they are eligible to vote or not. They started checking the wall where their names are being placed, and so far there's no any problem.
We will get and move to for the who in it will be noisy, and we can barely hear what he's saying. So it's still Citizens Decide on Citizen 93.7 here in Abuja, and with our correspondents got on the field, we'll bring them to you in a moment. Please don't go away. Still in the spirit of getting across to our colleagues in the field, we have Dayo Awoni. Mr. Awoni is a journalist and a director of media and public relations for Africa Center for Human Advancement, Social and Community Development. He's also an accredited INEC election observer. Thank you so much for joining us, Dayo.
Thank you very much for having me.
Yes, quickly, could you tell us where you are right now and what is happening?
Thank you very much. Presently, I'm at Buhari. Early in the morning, I went to INEC office at Buhari, and I must tell you that everything was orderly. all the necessary materials needed for this election was dispatched as early as possible. As at around 7:30 in the morning, all the materials was given to every necessary individual that needs to go to different polling units. And I must tell you that exactly 8:30 on the dot, in various polling units that I visited, starting from the polling unit at Jamb office, people were so orderly and they arranged themselves. In fact, some people volunteer to be giving themselves numbers so that everything they are doing over there will be orderly. And I must commend their effort. And I also went to another polling unit. There is a particular place called the Pilot Primary School. It has one of the biggest polling units in Buhari metropolis, and it has more than 20 polling units. And enthusiastically, many people were trooping out, many electorates were trooping out because they were so happy that they have another opportunity to elect their leaders. So far, so good. Presently, as I'm talking to you, I'm at a place called Chess Palace in Buhari, and we have a polling unit 023 in front of that place, and people are already here. I must tell you that people are ready to cast their votes, and they are doing it diligently, patiently. Some people brought chairs to sit down. Elderly people are here as well to make sure that they vote for themselves and vote for their future, as the case may be.
All right, thank you, Daya, for this update. But in terms of the what do you call it? The environment. Yes, the situation there seems to be quite different from what we are having in other parts of the FCT. Thank God for that, for the orderly operation of that stuff. But from the turnout, I'm sure you've covered elections before. How would you rate the turnout this time around?
Wow. Let's start from the accredited voters that was released by INEC. You discover that this year many people wanted to really go out from the beginning and vote. And I must tell you, to say you can see what I'm seeing on ground now. We have multitude of electorates. In fact, many people, they decided to come with food and they are giving to other people. And I must tell you that the turnout here is really, really impressive. Really, really impressive compared to what we've been experiencing in the past. In the past, you see what is called a voter apathy. But where I'm covering presently now, there's nothing like voter apathy because almost everybody are ready, they are fired up, they are ready to cast their vote. And they are here, I must not exaggerate, they are here in thousands to cast their vote. Because this area, like I mentioned earlier, it's more than 20 polling units that we have here. I've seen many people and moving up and down the likes of NDLE.
citizens are deciding who will be the next president and who will be our lawmakers. Today is that day. On the line, I have our correspondent in. Where are you exactly and what is happening there?
Okay, so I'm presently at FAB Estate, Dakwa. The polling unit code is 080. The party agents are all present here. The INEC officials arrive at exactly 9 a.m. But up till now, they are still having issues with the beavers, and that means people are not able to voting. The beavers is still giving them difficulty, so no one has voted yet. Security agents are all present here as well.
Okay, well, I can imagine that some people may become a little bit agitated, but how's the mood there now?
Yes, and there are people that have been shouting that if they're not going to work on the beavers, they're going to leave. And then at the same time, we have people that are trying to calm them down. Security agents are trying to calm them down. That it's going to be, rectified immediately, and then they will get to vote. But they're all presently lined up. There are lots of people here, and they're all lined up waiting for the beavers to start working so that they will cast their votes. Okay,
let's have a sense of the kinds of categories of voters there. Do we have more of young people or the elderly, or is it a mixed bag? Women or
it's
men?
Actually, it's a mixed one. We have the older people and then we have the younger people. They're all present here. We have a lot of women here. There are a lot of women here. I came out today to cast their votes, and as well as the men also. The place is really filled up, really.
Okay, Aisha, maybe later you need to speak to some of the first-time voters. I mean, people who are turning 18 now, and also people who are voting for the first time. And let's just let's fill their pulse. Thank you so much, problem. Aisha, for your interventions. And please be safe as you continue to provide coverage.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, that was correspondent Aisha Badeki. He was on the field. Seems to be that in that part of Abuja, the beavers is giving them some kind of issues, but hopefully that will be sorted out. So we'll bring you more on that, and we'll take a short break. When we return, we have a couple of interviews that our correspondents have done in the field, and we listen to some first-time voters and also people who are turning 18 today, so by the Constitution, they are entitled to vote for the first time, and others who are although not 18 or older than 18, but have never voted before, have decided to vote this time, and some senior citizens. It's going to be an interview of mixed bag. We'll bring you those interviews after this break. Please don't go away. It's still Citizens Decide on Citizen 93.7 FM Abuja.
Don't be sad, understand. Everybody has a day when the sun stays away. Take heart in a new tomorrow. Little more love between makes for a brighter day. Never need worry, let one love set you free. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle to stay alive. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle to stay alive. Somebody tell me, oh, why never fight it? One love can set us free, we just let it be. Take off in a brand new day. Good love is all we need to chase the clouds away. Never need worry if you just let it be. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle to stay alive. One love, keep us together. Living in a world, it's a struggle to been long and the road has been rough. We've seen so many mountain tops without the promised view, yeah. And many of it can weary, and I am not so sure they share the vision anymore. And oh, the darkest part of night is just before the dawn. So don't give up, my friend. There is hope yet for us all. This land of ours will flow with milk and honey. Light in the tunnel, that's what I see. I see new hopes coming through, and I know soon, not too long now, Nigeria will be great again. Nigeria will be great again. Look on the brighter side, my friend. We are not at war. Famine ain't here. We are not a nation strong, high on drugs, though. We have a land so blessed. We have a culture that's so rich, and a people strong and so gifted. So come with me, my friend. Let us turn this light in our tunnel into a sunny day. There is hope for you and me. There is hope, yes, for us all. This land of ours will flow with milk and honey. I can see it clearly. Light in the tunnel is what I see. I see new hopes coming through. And so not too long. Not too long now. Nigeria will be great. Again, 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 again. For us all, this land of ours will flow with milk and honey. Look and you see now. See it so clearly now. I see new hopes coming through. So not too long. Nigeria will be great again. Look and you see that's my sister. We are winning novels, we are helping animals. Things aren't so bad, our future is very bright. Sing. There is hope, sing it loud. Believe it, sing with milk and honey. Any day, night. Light in the tunnel is what I see. Look and you see. I see new hopes coming through. And I know soon, not too long. Not too long now. Nigeria will be great. Again, sing it again. Yes, for us all. This land of ours will flow with milk and honey. Everything's gonna be fine. Light in the tunnel is what I see. I see new hopes.
Thank you for staying tuned to our Citizens Decide studio here in Citizen 93.7 FM Abuja. It's a live transmission of the presidential and the National Assembly election. You can join our live stream on YouTube by typing in Citizen FM 93.7 F Abuja. You can also listen to us online on www.citizenfm.ng. Not forgetting that you can follow us on our social media platforms, 3 of them on Facebook at Citizen FM Abuja, on Instagram at Citizen FM 937, and also on Twitter at Citizen FM 937. And we told you that today is a watershed moment for Nigeria, who is conducting this presidential election. It's also a massive responsibility for the Independent National Electoral Commission. The sheer massive numbers of voters that are involved in the electoral process today is humbling. The responsibility, we've told you earlier, comes every 4 years. This task is huge. A huge task putting together this election by INEC. Over 87 million Nigerians are currently casting their ballot today, and this is huge for INEC. As we said, the commission is deploying over 1.2 million personnel to conduct the election, and in addition to deploying beavers to 176,846 polling units across the country, and also recruiting over 707,000 presiding officers and assistant presiding officers, 17,000 supervisory presiding officers, 9,000 coalition officers, as well as 530,000 polling unit security officials. Altogether, 1.26 million personnel. That's huge for INEC. And as we said earlier, yesterday evening, the chairman of INEC gave Nigerians some kind of reassurance that this election will go on as planned and that everything is set for the election. Maybe we should just listen to the INEC chairman, what he said concerning the election.
First of all, to welcome the Inspector General of Police to this briefing. As I said yesterday, I had the firm assurance of the Inspector General that he will join us today, and he is here. No one else in Nigeria is in a better position to speak on internal security, including election security, than the Inspector General of Police. We appreciate your presence, IGP. Arising from the media briefing yesterday, some issues were raised to which the Commission promised to investigate and respond at this meeting. First is the availability of identification cards and vehicle stickers for accredited journalists in Lagos, Osun, and Gombe states. I have confirmed from the three states that all the cards for journalists that applied through our portal have been received and either fully collected or available for collection. The only outstanding accreditation is for other media organizations, mainly online, that operates in towns and communities whose accreditation is handled by the resident electoral commissioners after proper identification by the state chairman of the Nigeria Union of Journalists. I urge the media organizations in this category to liaise with our resident electoral commissioners immediately. On vehicle identification stickers, there is no special sticker for journalists. We have the general election duty stickers for all vehicles, including those used by observers and INEC officials. These stickers are available in all our state offices and will be provided to all accredited journalists. The second issue is the unfortunate incident involving the candidate of the Labour. Generally speaking, the situation nationwide is calm as far as our preparations are concerned. There has been no incident involving the personnel or huge quantities of materials deployed by the Commission. Voter enthusiasm is high, and so too is our determination to conduct credible elections. Tomorrow is election day. All campaign rallies, processions, and media advertising by candidates for presidential, senatorial, and federal constituencies ended at midnight yesterday. Voting begins at 8:30 a.m. and ends at 2:30 p.m. tomorrow. However, any voter who is on the queue before 2:30 p.m. will be allowed to vote, even if voting goes beyond the official closing time. No voter will be disenfranchised. I wish all Nigerians a pleasant voting experience tomorrow. We have established a system and running. Nigerians can contact us on our well-publicized social media handles, live and direct on election.
Chairman of INEC yesterday evening giving a final briefing before the commencement of vote today. So when you hear him say tomorrow, he was actually referring to today and assuring everyone that yes, INEC is ready to go ahead. And it was not only INEC who gave assurances. The Inspector General of Police also was at that briefing, and he also spoke extensively on issues surrounding apprehension over safety of voters and election observers and monitors, and he assured Nigerians that everything has been taken care of. Let's listen to the Inspector General of Police as he gives this assurance.
Add my voice to that of the INEC chairman, which borders on policing the electoral process. Policing the electoral process started as far back as 28th of September when the ban on politics has been lifted. We were, to a large extent, regulating, supervising, monitoring all rallies and campaigns with a view to have a peaceful period of politicking until today, when we are now going to move to the next stage, that is policing the electoral or election day. As far as the election day is concerned, we have made arrangements in a coordinated, collaborated, and synergized manner. The police leads all other security agencies, but like I said, we cooperate collectively, except for the military and the intelligence community. We have pooled our personnel to one basket, be it from the civil, the Federal Road Safety Corps, fire service. All of us are coming together. We expect by this to deploy 428,000 personnel from these services to police the election on the election day. Besides that, we have also made arrangements to have our arms escorts, arms guards, and armed departments to provide another form of policing to the electoral process. That is to say, there are policing the issue of adversaries, those who may not want for the election to take place, or those who are ready to sabotage the process. This kind of policing requires motorized, armed patrol teams. This kind of supervision requires use of minimum force to condition the area for those who are willing to come out and exercise their franchise.
Thank you for staying tuned. It's Citizens Decide on Citizen 93.7 FM. You're listening to the Inspector General of Police. That was also the final press briefing at the Coalition Center before commencement of voting today. We'll bring you the concluding part of that press briefing, but we need to talk to our correspondents on the field. I have Udeme George, who is standing by. Udeme George, where are you now? Bring us up to speed. What's happening?
Yeah, it's a great day. Good morning to you, Mr. Lawrence. Good morning to millions of Nigerians listening across the board. It's a great day also in the history of Nigeria. This happens once in every 4 years. And just to mention, I think this is a big difference, far different from what Nigerians have been seeing over time. And over time, Nigerians have been sitting on the fence, some staying back at home with the notion that my vote doesn't count. And there's a lot of, I think all of that now is gradually changing because we're seeing Nigerians who are willing, who are feeling that, yes, my vote counts, and it is time to go out and my vote and see what happens in the next 4 years. And that's exactly what they're doing here at the polling unit EC30B in Jada here. And the INEC officials actually arrived a bit late, around 9 something, but there were already a couple of Nigerians who were here around 7 something. I got here at that time as well. But I must tell you now, it has been peaceful. The officials started with, of course, sensitizing people on what to do here and what not to do here. We have security operatives here as well. So they took the people who were around on how to go about voting and, of course, exercising their civic rights. And it's been fine ever since then. There are a lot of people here, even under the sun, are willing to cast their vote. Some already cast their vote. And I have a lady who was here. It was the very first person to be here, and also the place to cast her vote in Jabi here. So I don't know if we can talk to her. Okay. And that, when I saw her, she was all full of smiles. So I didn't know she was the first person. So when I saw her smiling, I was like, what is the brain behind the smile? And you said she's very excited that she's voting. So I have Antonia, right? Okay. Let's see if we can talk to her. Okay. So let's stay this way. Okay, can you hear me, Lauren?
Yes, go ahead with it, man.
Okay, so Antonia, how are you doing?
I am very
That's
good.
the name, right? Yes. Okay, so I saw you full of smiles, and I asked you what was the reason behind the smile?
Yeah, and I said I am excited because I had the opportunity to cast my vote.
Okay, so it's your first
Yeah,
time
actually, this is the first time. I have never been this serious about Nigerian elections.
Okay, so what made you serious this time?
Man, I mean,
I shouldn't be asking you that.
Yes, actually. Who is a Nigerian that will not be serious about it? Like, honestly, I had to take it upon myself. Even right from getting my voter's card, it was back and forth, but I had to follow through. I got it. Enough, I got it last month.
Okay.
So, and then I am here today. Apparently, I was here very early.
Yeah.
I got here at about 7:08.
Yeah.
There was nobody, just 2 or 3 people that were here. So I stayed around till it was time when the INEC officials came with the presiding officers, and then we were giving orientation. After the orientation, of course, verification, and apparently I was the first person, a student here.
Okay.
So
you're very excited now. You believe your vote is going to count?
Oh yes, I am staying here. Like, I'm serious. See my bottle water. I don't know how long it's going to take actually.
Okay.
I can go back and I can maybe go home and call out because my house is not far from here. But I will be here till the votes are counted. Okay. That's what I promised myself I'm going to do.
All right. Thank you very much for talking to us. Okay, so Mr. Lawrence, right there.
Oh, okay, Udeme, thank you. That was very interesting listening to her, and we hope that a lot of other young Nigerians feel the same way to be part of history today, because whether we like it or not, in 20 years' time, 30 years' time, history will record what every one of us did today.
Exactly. So there are a lot of people voting, and from other centers that I've been to, there's also been peaceful. And talking about the issue of vote buying, I have not seen anything like that. So I don't know exactly how that is going to happen here, because there's been nobody, and I'm not sure anybody here is willing to sell their vote because they're on a queue and they're serious about voting. They want to see their vote count to see, of course, when the result is being announced and see who gets win.
All right, thank you so much, Udeme, and don't forget that we may have to reach you before the close of ballot again today.
I'm very much available, sir.
Thank you so much. Yes, that was an interesting one from our correspondent, Udeme George, our sports correspondent actually, but today it was deployed to the field to cover the presidential and national assembly elections. And she had an interview with a first-time voter, and it's not only with them. We also have another interview here from let me see, from our correspondent, Aderayo. Yes, Aderayo also spoke to a first-time first-time voter today, and also Ekene also spoke to a first-time voter today. So it's like it was really days for us to look out to them. And also, maybe we start with Aisha Bagdegi, who also spoke to a first-time voter today. Let's listen. Let's take that interview. Okay.
So is this your first time of voting?
No.
Why go outside?
This is not my first time of voting.
Well, how does it feel?
I feel so good, coming in early, voting quick, because you can check the time. They just started and they're able to arrange themselves so quickly that we're able to vote on time.
What time did you get here?
I came in here past 7 to come and write my name, and then immediately they came in past 9. We're able to, be on queue. In fact, everywhere here is well arranged and organized. As you can see, it's so peaceful. So I don't think we're not expecting any disturbance or any disruption anytime, because people here, I think, they are mindful of what they have come for. They are the people that mean business. Thank you.
Okay, that was not a first-time voter, but that was an interview from Aisha Badegi, news editor. She also spoke to somebody. I guess this will be a first-time.
Okay, please tell us your name.
Okay, my name is Yusuf Hope Yunis.
Okay, so have you ever voted?
No, I have not.
Is this your first time of voting?
Yeah, this is my first time.
How does it feel?
I feel actually happy, though I'm still doubting if my candidate will win or not. But I really have this confidence that when I vote and others vote, there will be victory. So I am happy about it. And I don't think I'm doing the wrong thing. I know I'm doing the right thing.
So what do you think about the environment?
At first, I just feel it's kind of secure, and because there's no fights and anything, then I feel at first though it was kind of disorganized, but later it was resolved.
Okay, eventually Aisha got a first-time voter on the field there, and she sent that for us. There's still some other interviews here that we can take. Yes, we have some from Ekene in Karo area of Abuja. Let's take this interview too.
All right, I'm here with a first-time voter, and I want to know what actually motivated you to be participating in Nigerian voting system for the first time.
Basically change, especially with the youth. We want change, real change in our country. So that's basically why we are coming out in mass to vote for the first time. Yeah.
For the first time.
Yeah.
But what do you think being part of this thing for this exercise for the first time will do in shaping the narrative?
It would shape the narrative in various aspects. It would basically show the country and various people in the country that we are serious this time, and it will make, even if any candidate that wins will know that this is a serious issue this time around, because people actually came out in one voice and in masses to vote and to make a difference. So it's actually going to change a lot of things. It's going to change the narratives. It's going to make it's going to actually make everything serious this time around, to know that we are serious. The youths are serious. So yeah.
So what's the name?
My name is Godswill Ugu.
Thank you, sir. All right, I'm with a senior citizen, and she'll be telling us what motivated her to be part of this exercise. Madam, please start by telling us your name.
My name is Dickness Stella. What motivated me over the years, I've been born in this nation, Nigeria, and I've seen the kind of leaders we have, leaders that don't have the citizenry at heart. They're after what they want to grab and grab and grab and grab. And most especially as a senior citizen, I don't buy that kind of thing. So I'm thinking on the side of our children and children yet unborn. We have come and we have aged by His grace. So we want our nation to be good for our children and our children at heart. So we want a change. They told us earlier that there's going to be a change, and there was no change. For 8 years, Nigerians have been suffering from one place to the other. No food, no water, no light, no good thing. No good thing in this nation since 8 years ago. So we want a change, a proper change from.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
What's your name, sir?
My name is Aliyu Abdulsalam. I come here to exercise my right as a citizen of Nigeria, and the voting is just commenced, and it's going to gradually.
So you've seen your name?
Yes, I've seen mine. That's why I'm on the line here.
Yeah, they're just trying.
So we hope everything will go easy, as we hope.
Did you come out in 2019?
Yes, I did.
So how long have you been coming out to vote?
No, all the time I've been out. So, and now I have to come out to exercise my right and to choose my candidate.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You are such a delight to see this morning.
Yes.
She's here at the polling unit with her stool. She came prepared.
Yes.
And so I'm just going to let her talk. Good morning once again, ma'am.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm very delighted to be here.
This is definitely not your first time.
No, it's not my first. I've been voting throughout my life.
This is.
Yes. I want to fulfill my duty as a true citizen of Nigeria. So I've done that, and I've come here, and it's so interesting. When we first came, we line up, they say women and men, and they look at our voters card. They saw that this is my own polling unit, and I went through the list. I saw my name there, very conspicuous. I was very glad. So when I came, they educated us. This had to do it, this had to do it. That was fine. And any agent that wants to come here, they will tell them no, they should be on their own. And that was very fine. Because everybody's eyes are open now. Nobody can do things anyhow any longer. So I'm so happy I've done that as early as this.
Beautiful.
Yes, yes.
Please,
my name is Mrs. Elizabeth Aban. Yes, I stay in Gwarimpa.
What's the name of this polling unit?
This primary school, Gwarimpa Primary School, the village primary school. Yes, 005. Yes.
So INEC staff, do you have any comments concerning, were they late, were they early here?
They tried, they came early, they were trying to organize themselves, they were sorting out, and then they told us the number of the voters ballots something we all had. They now showed us the weaver. They say it is 0. You say yes, those who are very close look very well. If it is 0, they say yes, they confirm it is 0. Because now we are not going to do things as if we are blind. We are no longer blind. We are now on top of it. Very soon we will overthrow underdeveloping. We'll be developed very soon.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Elizabeth.
Someday we'll be staying in our houses and be doing voting.
I say amen to that. Thank you so much, ma'am. Right. Thank you.
Well, yeah, quite interesting interviews there from our correspondents from Ekene to Aisha. And the last one you heard was an interview by Aderayo Omotosho, who spoke to a senior citizen in Gwarimpa and stuff like that. These are interesting stuff coming from Nigerians who are enthusiastic about the elections. And this is how elections should be. Elections should be enjoyed and not endured. It shouldn't be time for stress. Shouldn't be time for pains. People should rejoice. It should be like a carnival to elect leaders to serve. It shouldn't be war. It shouldn't be violence all over the place. So those set of interviews were very encouraging. We hope that that's the situation across the country. We'll bring you more interviews and more live updates from our correspondents all over as we just take a short break. We will return in a moment as we continue to celebrate this great country.
one voice. We're a nation undivided and poised. We will take us down and build our land in faith to defend what is ours. Here we are as a people with one heart for one cause. We're determined to rebuild and restore. Where freedom reigns and truth prevails. Our land, where there's hope for us all. Our land, where there's hope for us all. We'll defend our land. We believe in this nation, and we know we'll get there. We'll defend our land. We believe in Nigeria and the promise she holds, and that one day we'll shine like the sun. We're a great nation. Though we are many people, different tribes, different tongues, we're united in our strength and resolve to
Such a great country, Nigeria. Nigeria, my fatherland. Nigeria that I cannot give up for any other country. That's me. I don't know about you. And this great country is on the verge of history today. Nigerians, over 87 million of them, are voting for a new president and also for 469 members of the National Assembly. The election has started, although there are hiccups here and there, but generally speaking, it's been peaceful all through. We've not heard of violence across. We've not heard of all those kind of things. So we hope it continues like that till 2 or 3 when the elections will be concluded. And we hope that at the end of the day, Nigerians will live to enjoy voting. Voting would not be a stressful event and thereabout. So, but yes, I have a guest in the studio. It's not really a guest, but we will be looking at events unfolding. He is a journalist. He is also a broadcaster. His name is Abdul Fattah Abdul Salam. He is the managing editor of the Peace magazine. Welcome to our studio again, bro.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Nigerians.
Good morning, and it's great to have you here. Yes. We've been having reports from across the country by our correspondents, and the impression generally is that the election is peaceful. But before we go into this election, the 2023 general election, how important is it for us as a nation?
Well, thank you, Nigerians. Good morning again. Perhaps in the history of electioneering processes in Nigeria, this perhaps is the most critical point in our history. It's not the usual way of doing business, so to say. And it's not the usual way of conducting elections. It's a paradigm shift from what we used to know. This election might have challenges along the line of three important issues that's always divided us as Nigerians. But if we can have this election successfully well, and we have good results, then this history of election in Nigeria might not ever be the same. Let me give an example. This is a time we are having a Muslim ticket. This is a time also we have youth trying to make impression about the election processes. This is also a time we have principal actors. Let me use the word principal actors across the divide of Nigeria. We have principally two northerners in there. We have somebody from the southwest and somebody from the southeast. And this is also a factor that in Nigerian society cannot be wished away. So what I'm saying in effect is that all these factors are there. So we just hope that ethnicity will not come to play in this. We are trying to see the role of ethnicity can be jettisoned for once. The roles of religion can be jettisoned for once. And the role of godfatherism can be jettisoned for one. The issue of also vote buying is also a concern to many people. So this election has all it has to take for us to look forward to, provided it ends well. That's my own concern. The election so far so good is going on smoothly, but there are some pockets of reactions and counter-reactions. The concern more essentially is the southeast, where some disgruntled elements does not want to have the elections held in their states or in their area. So that's also another factor. Another factor to me, as far as I'm concerned about this election, is the youth involvement. The INEC report suggests that more youth register this time around. Are they going to be part of the deciding factor? So far so good. This is what I'm seeing now playing itself out. That's what I'm saying. It's very key. Unlike in the past, where all these factors I just mentioned are not really that important. Okay? I don't know why the Christian, for instance, okay, fine, it must be a Christian Muslim ticket. It could be a Christian ticket, but Muslim ticket might also be a factor. So, but for once, I think we are going to overleave that. I'm very glad at the end of the day, it comes to the fact that it doesn't matter whom Nigerian president. What we are after is ability to do what you want. Deliverables. What are you delivering? If you're an atheist, for instance, and you come into power and you do well, why not? If you're a Christian and you come to power and you do well, why not? If you're a Muslim and you come back to power, why not? So my concern, that's what I'm saying, that this election for me is wholesome and it's going to be very interesting to know the outcome and they don't play a part. Thank you.
Well, yeah, from the feedback I've gotten from our correspondents across the country, it does look as if the voter turnout has been very impressive, generally speaking. What do you think would be responsible for this?
The voters, in fact, it's tremendous. We're coming to the studio, I monitor some areas in the city, and I can see people waiting patiently, seated, large number of people gathering at polling booths, wanting to vote or about voting. You see, I've told you earlier, my concern are those three things I mentioned: religion, ethnicity, and what have you. Many are in the polls today, not for the capabilities and abilities of the candidates, okay, but for one thing or the other. I hope that will not be reflective. More importantly, my whole about the presidency, which is very key, because presidency is huge. It has one constituency, and that's the whole of Nigeria. But you will not be finding that at the end of the day, the senators, House of Representatives members, many will have a shocking results. Because it's at that point that the full-fledged of what I just mentioned, youthful exuberances or youthful energy will come into play. I'm very glad, for instance, if an unknown person from any party decide to win the central election, for instance, for the city of Abuja, and of one way or the other in my own state, Ogun State, somebody of a known or unknown party comes to power as a senator or House of Representatives member. That's not to tell us that those things we mentioned are really influential in Nigerian politics. But as long as it remains status quo, where it is almost a party thing at the end of the day, then we still have a long way to go. But so far so good. I think it's peaceful, but the turnout is massive. I must confess that turnout is massive. What I've not been able to get across to is the deployment of all the necessary materials for the voting. How successful it has been so far so good. Because of the challenges, because of pecuniary nature of Nigerian terrain and things like that. But be as it may, in the cities, I think they are voting. What happened in the rural areas? We need to know. We need to know. That's concerned. Because fortunately, while I was coming, I picked a young guy on the road. It was striking. I picked him from area 10. And he told me he was walking towards Matama to go and vote. You can see that kind of enthusiasm in him. How many people, if not for the time band of this program, I would have taken him to his polling booth to go and do whatever I want to do there. But what I find that is many people are really keen. Maybe are really interested in this election. I also have somebody at home that left her house in Apo because her polling booth is somewhere in Gudu or somewhere far. And she decided to go there this morning that she must vote. So that's to tell you how much people want to vote in this election. And more importantly, they are voting, not voting perhaps for what the personalities are giving to Nigerians, but perhaps for other pecuniary reasons.
Okay, glad you brought that up, people going to areas to vote and stuff like that. Why do we have this challenge? Why do people not register where they are normally residents? Why do we have to leave one part of the town and now go to the other end of town to register? Why do people travel during the election period to go and vote in their home state and stuff like that?
Well, Nigeria is a highly mobile society. We move around. The last time we had the election in Nigeria was about 4 years. Many have relocated their places of living, our abode. Many have migrated. Many have become big citizens. Some are half citizens. Some are dead. Some are still alive. And in the process of trying to maybe transfer your PVC, for instance, it might be difficult. And people will feel, why do I need to transfer my PVC when I can still get back to my base? Okay. So many people out of interest of this special election. This election is key, as I said, to many people in their own rights. And they are ready to do anything that can sacrifice to go and do the election and vote as time goes on. So what I'm saying is that we have to move because we're a movable society. Okay? The system against us is a challenge. We've not gotten the right to the point that we can vote from within our homes, for instance. We've not got to that level in this country. You have to be physical. But even then, how many PVCs remain uncollected? How many got missing? How many was never done? So these are the issues that people have to move for their special interest. Okay. For instance, my PVC is in Abuja State, but expedience of duty, I couldn't transfer. I thought I'd been Abuja for this election, but here I am in Abuja. So these are the issues. But if I have a substantial reason to have traveled to Abuja, for instance, I would have gone. So, but I hope we are learning. It's still a learning curve for us.
Oh, well, I hope going further, I don't know, maybe INEC will consider this. Maybe we should start discouraging people from living in one part and planning to vote in another part, because sometimes it also disenfranchises people at the end of the day. Movements are normally restricted on election day. So if you don't stay close to your residence, you may not be able to. But before I continue, I think we have a call. Let's see who is on the line there. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. Who's on the line, please?
Yeah, my name is CDC. I'm calling from Katampe 1 in Pape, Abuja.
Okay, please go ahead.
Please, we have not seen any INEC official, not even one, and people are already here. About almost 600 people are here already. They told us that accreditation would start by 8:30, and since morning, none of them have even not seen any sign of any INEC official here. So please, I don't know if you could help us.
Okay, what's the exact location in Katampe?
It is the Katampe Primary School and Katampe Village Square.
Okay.
The electorates are here, but no INEC officials, not even one.
Okay, thank you so much for this information. We'll push the information to the INEC situation room.
Right,
thank you. Just appeal to people to...
but the truth is, situation report here is that everywhere is calm and peaceful.
Okay.
And people are orderly. There are people that are collecting numbers to be on the queue, and there's no need for any noise or any alarm. We are just waiting for the INEC officials to come so that we can exercise our franchise.
Thank you so much, my brother. Just keep appealing to people to hold on, and that the INEC officials will soon be around. Thank you. Well, I love the spirit, and just like what you were saying, Nigerians seem to really be so enthusiastic about this election. And we hope that at the end of the day, we will also give people who came out to vote something to appreciate, so that future elections they would not regret. I was going to ask you about the challenge, the huge challenge of INEC in terms of deployment of logistics. It's huge. If you know, number one, INEC is conducting an election for over 87 million people, and deploying materials to over 150. We have another caller here. Let's take this call, please. Hello, good morning.
Lawrence, good morning.
Good morning, buddy.
Lawrence, this is me.
What's the update, buddy? Where are you now?
I'm at Maraba, somewhere in, between the checking point and Confidential Hotel, just back of the Dunamis church.
Okay.
The polling there is EC30C. The accreditation have started and people have started voting. The energy is so encouraging. The police officers are well coordinated. We have about 2 police officers and 1 civil defense, and the coordination is fine. Then the one I call you about in the voting point, they started at 10:12. They start the accreditation and the voting started. Luckily, the military came around, and those vehicles that were around.
Hello, buddy. Oh, we seem to have lost buddy. Buddy, maybe you try and get back to us. So unfortunate. Well, so I was talking about the sheer logistics. Maybe in future elections, should we think of divesting INEC from some of these responsibilities for transportation, for example, printing of some papers, for example, and so many other things, so that INEC will have its job cut out for it?
Well, the logistics is huge. And let me also tell Nigerians that INEC perhaps supervises all these electoral processes. What I mean is that it's outsourced for the vehicle, for instance. And INEC does not have that kind of the vehicle logistics to move our goods, okay? They outsource to individuals to answer to they work with NURWT, for instance.
Yeah, but you know that in itself is complicated. Because don't forget what happened in the last few days before the election.
Yes, it's complicated. But what other alternative do we have? For instance, INEC was trying to, if my figure is right, almost 75,000 or less number of vehicles were being outsourced for this electoral process. So it's huge. You see, and aside from that, they work in synergy with other government parasiters, government agencies that can also do haulage. I will not be surprised if the military trucks are also involved in the haulage.
They are.
And the police.
Even in the Niger Delta.
Yes, that's key.
The Navy is involved.
So the logistics is very huge, and there's something we can do for now.
Okay, just a minute, please. We need to take this call. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Who's on the line?
My name is Paul from Karosai.
Okay, please go ahead.
I have a problem with it. I have a voter's card, but the voter's card is not for the Karosai. It's for last year or it's for this. So do you know this Kefi?
Okay.
Yes, but I don't have police in transport to go there, so I don't know what to do now. So I'll not go to vote.
Well, unfortunately, my brother, that's the way it looks like, because you can only vote at your polling unit where your name will be on the polling register. If your name is not in that register, you can't possibly vote. And that is why people were encouraged to identify their polling booths, polling unit ahead of time before today. It's unfortunate, actually.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, my brother. Thank you for calling. That's another challenge that we've. Okay.
Well, unfortunately, again, the car squeezed that we are witnessing now is also boomeranging, in the sense that many people who either would have traveled yesterday to their destinations or their nearby villages, many could not even do that because the catch is not there. And in the past elections, I really don't know how we got this one mixed up. In the past elections, there are movement within local governments of areas in Nigeria, even in presidency. But now it's a total ban. How it came to total ban, I cannot figure it out. Because I remember then in Ogun State that were part of the electioning processes one way or the other. We see vehicles moving, carrying people to their polling booths to vote. Also in the past, we have volunteers who will carry you from one destination to another destination to go and exercise your rights. Okay. So, but today one is almost a total.
Why is it difficult for people to get registered a few blocks from their houses, and during election you walk down? Why do you need to go to another local government? Why do you need to go to another state?
The polling booths are delimited accordingly. It's not as something like the normal telephone booths or the POS booths. Okay. So they are delineated in such areas that houses maybe 500 in words.
Yes.
How words? You see, the word, for instance, if I have a word, for instance, here, my house can be somewhere far from the word, but I'm still within the word.
Exactly.
So there's nothing you can do unless you want to do more of polling words or polling booths, almost like 200 years away from each other, and that's very, very cumbersome to handle.
No, what I'm saying is, if, for example, you stay in Gariki and you register, even if they are going to spread, they can't actually take you from Gariki to Gwarimpa.
Well, that's
people actually, when it's time for registration, especially people who live outside the city center and work in the city center, when it's time for registration, they register in the city center, forgetting that on election day, how would you come from Kefi, or how would you come from?
In the past, it wasn't so. In the past, we have a movement that not too far. It's only interstates that are banned. So some people can just capitalize on that. Let me go back to my village and vote. Okay, it depends on who you want to vote about or what your interest is. That's the truth. But beyond that, let me also tell that this is not even easy, even for INEC to really. I told you, Nigeria is a very highly mobile community. You could register, for instance, in the front of your office today, and tomorrow you're no more in that office. You are deployed. So these are the areas that I think is of a concern. But how INEC overcome this is yet to be known. But definitely there'll be casualties. That when we make casualties, many people will not vote. And also, let me ask you a question. Let me also inform the public that many people even register for this voting thing, not for purpose of voting. It's just for means of identification. Because when you go to the bank, they want to see your voters register card that allows you to bank with them, or want to do that thing with the government that you need a means of identification. So that's essentially why many people register. And many people, for instance, most students who have registered in their areas of interest, for instance, but they have gone at home. So how do you want them to vote? So these are the areas that we might need to do more of sensitization to tell these people, be careful. How do you? I gave you my own practical example, for instance. My first is in Abuja, but circumstances of the job kept me back in Abuja.
Okay, you could have transferred your
PVC. Sometimes you transfer and it got missing up. I've seen cases where you transferred and it got missing up. So if I transfer today and tomorrow, maybe my governorship election, I'm in Abeokuta, will I now say I have to? Do you understand the logistics?
I understand.
So these are some of the challenges, even individuals and their rights.
You know, I understand your point exactly but what I'm saying, those your case and a few other cases are isolated cases. What I'm worried about is that there are people who deliberately insist that when it comes to election, I have to go back to my village to vote, no matter where I stay.
There's nothing bad. Now, let me tell you what really happened in those rural areas. You're an influencer in your rights. For instance, if I'm from the Kano, maybe a village, or it was someone from Bichi, you know, there's communal interest in these areas. So if I go back to Bichi, for instance, and I'm at home, and I have about 20 people living with me in my house, I can influence where they will vote. Do you understand? I can also help in logistics of make sure that they go to the polling booth and vote. So those guys or those people that have that particular interest have other interests than voting.
But you know where the problem is? Where if you do that, you sometimes make a mess of data collection. Because when you look at the data, how many people are registered in Abuja, for example? How many people are registered in Lagos? When election comes, half of the people in Abuja migrate to Lagos to vote. But that would distort the calculation of the voting pattern. You will not be able to know, people who stay in Abuja, 50% of them voted for party A, for party B, and stuff like that. But I think let's not overflog this issue. Let's move on. There are a lot of other things. Now, I'm sure you are relieved, just like I am, with reports that violence have not been recorded. At least we've not recorded any major violence across the country yet.
Well, except from pockets of news coming from the east that I'm not comfortable with. And I hope the necessary government agencies are on top of the matter. Except for that, I don't think there's any serious issue for now. But in the election in Nigeria, it's not about the beginning. It's all about towards the tail end and the end itself. For now, it will represent a peaceful electoral system for now. But how chaotic it is, maybe the next 2 hours we start having a filler. For instance, if some states like the other gentleman that called from Kefi or Katape, for instance, that the electoral officer have not been there, we should have such reported all over Nigeria, and you can take our inductions that this election is really free or fair. So what I'm saying in effect is that at the beginning like this, it's always very calm. But when it gets to maybe towards the end of the election, you can see a lot of things happening. You have to see ballot snatching, deliberate destruction of ballot papers, scattering of voters, and things like that might start happening towards, especially in some areas that would have party A is winning, why is party B not winning? So they start fomenting one or troubles of that. But we hope for the best, and we hope we will get it right by God's grace.
Yes, we hope that we'll get it right, because Nigeria is a great country. Before we proceed, let's listen to an interview conducted earlier by our correspondent, Philomena here. She is embedded currently with Code, that's the election connected development Uzabi in Abuja here. They have a situation room, and our correspondent is there with them, and she had an interview with the director of democracy and governance and also head of election observation missions for connected development. Let's listen to that interview.
Expect at this time of the day, you don't really expect much tension in the electoral procedures. What we witness is usually late arrival of INEC materials in most polling units and late starting of polls in most polling units. And in some places like in Enugu, we've observed in Kano West and in Kano East that materials have hardly arrived in these areas for presidential election. And basically that's what we are seeing, and people are still turning out to vote. You know, you usually see the agitations as expected, people dragging to be the first to vote. Those are usual agitations that we experience in the polling unit at this time. So as we move into the elections further around 12, we will now be looking at the performance of the beavers and its ability to accredit, authenticate, or its failure to do the same. And then we'll also be looking at the frequency and the turnaround time of the beavers in accrediting people. And then, those are some of the things we'll be looking at. Because it's when people turn out a lot to vote. And by noon as well, would have also noticed the level of voter turnout, if people are turning out to vote or not. We'll be able to ascertain that. And then we'll also would have been able to know if the INEC officials, to know how much they understood their trainings and their ability to handle the devices that have been provided for the election. Yeah, so these and many more we are still observing for now. Yeah.
Yes, that was Emmanuel Njoku, who is the Director Democracy and Governance and also Head of Election Observation Mission for Connected Development. Philomena will bring us update. We understand that they also have a press briefing at 2 p.m. I'm sure Philomena will bring us up to speed on that. Well, if you're just joining us, this is the live studios of Citizens Decide, coming from Citizen 93.7 FM here in Abuja. We are bringing you updates on the presidential and National Assembly elections. You can also call on lines. The numbers are open, 0903 2229797 or 22206. Let's have your take. What are you experiencing in your area? What's your impression about the election so far? Let's know. And I also have in the studio Abdul Fatai Abdusalam, who is the managing editor of the Peace magazine. Abdul, as a journalist, what do you think is the greatest challenge for any journalist today who is on the field?
Uncertainties shall be our what we least expected, because like the clip of the interview you just played, the DG mentioned that later in the day things get clearer. So that is number one challenge. So I'm of the view that as journalists, especially in those volatile areas, let me just use the word volatile or challenging areas for now, especially in the East, I hope we will not be caught up with, we put them on hedges. Many Nigerians today, if it were possible, the next 2 hours, the results should be announced. But beyond that, I think that's areas I'm thinking.
Just a moment, we have our correspondent, Fred, who is on the line here. Fred, how are you again?
Yes, thank you for having me again. At about 9:45 a.m., the INEC officials arrived. I am actually reporting live from Abuja, Amas Area Council of Abuja, reporting at Baba Duse polling unit code 072. So the INEC staff arrived, the BVAS is working, and voting has commenced. Everything is moving on fine and calm as they are ought to be. The people, a lot have voted, and voting is still going on. It's still going on. The security experts are here and making sure that everyone is doing things accordingly.
Just describe what the situation is there.
Yeah, it is. It is a good turn up. A lot of people are here that are willing to vote, and the sun is hitting very hard as we speak. I'm actually out here. It's very hot, but then they're still here, something with umbrella, and I'm making sure that they are casting vote and nothing is complicated here. And it is very, very impressive.
All right. Thank you so much, Fred, for your update, and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Well, that's our correspondent, Fred, who is on standby there in the field, giving us an update of what is happening. Yes, we also have a couple of short interviews that were conducted by our correspondents in the field. Aderayo Omotosho, one of our news editors here in the studio today, she is on the field and she did some interviews. Let's just listen to some of them.
Good afternoon.
Oh, it's even still morning, no?
Anyone. So,
it's still morning.
My name is Anjoku Dochukwu. If I rest to see, it has been a joy. The long-awaited day has come. You understand? Few people are here. Just so to say. In the morning, I came, met some other people. We went down there and checked to see if our names are among the ones listed. Unfortunately, my own wasn't there, so we are redirected to go out there and wait for our people. Luckily enough, they have come. Accreditations done, and I have voted. I am happy. You understand? But even now, there are some other people who are somewhere else, who are stranded, who have not even found out where they should vote. You understand? So some people have volunteered to go and pick them down here. You understand? So
Around Gwarimpa?
Around Gwarimpa and Jahi 1 and Jahi 2. You understand? Like I told you, it's a matter of orientation, you understand, and awareness.
Because I've been to almost all the polling units from the Gwarimpa Primary School. I noticed there are lots of people there, and they're all saying they can't find their polling unit.
Yes.
And this place is quite empty. There's a list here, but not many people voting here.
Yes. So at a point, we started asking ourselves, is that the way the election is going to go? You understand? But as the time started going, you understand, they are coming, they are turning up. As you can see, people are coming. You come, you call your brother or your friend, where are you? Come. So they are coming.
You don't sound to me like a first-time voter. Is this your first time?
This is my first time.
My goodness, I would not believe it.
Yes.
You mean in and out?
As in my first time in voting in Nigeria.
Beautiful.
Yes. I said
even
so.
I'm impressed. What do you think as well?
Yes,
I'll come to her in a bit. So this is your first time?
No, this is my first time. I kid you not.
What made you? What was the motivation this time around?
The motivation. You look around. You look at the atmosphere. You feel it. You are in Nigeria. You understand? I am from Igbo. They call it.
It's okay.
You understand? So
what part of Igbo land?
I'm from Imo State.
Okay.
You understand? I am not out to vote because I want a Nigerian president of Igbo extraction. You understand? But I want to vote because I have seen credibility. I have seen someone who is out to steer the tide. I have seen someone who is a think tank. I have seen someone who, when I vote him, I think the future of my children yet unborn. Sorry to say, I'm not married yet. I have seen someone who gets this right. I was in Anambra sometime in the past where I schooled. I lived at the back of Jago Estate, and I have known so much about P2P. He's a no-nonsense man. Talk of security, talk of economics, talk of some other things. He's not a pushover. Neither is he a rubbish person.
I don't need to ask you who you're voting for. I can see them.
Now, my people, the time has come to rise and take our destiny into our hands. Look all over the world and you will find and a nation great was built by its people, love and sacrifice. You will find in all they do, they place their country first and above all things. People all do the same. I know and I believe we can make Nigeria great again.
Thank you for staying tuned. Before we got on that musical break, we were listening to interviews by Aderayo Motosho in Gwarimpa. But we have our correspondent. Someone is on the field today and not in the forest with the gods, and also looking for the HM chair. But seriously speaking, Ezewan, how has it been so far? Any updates for us?
Yes, sir. I'm in the field, not in the bush today, not in the forest. Yes, sir. Quickly, voting had commenced. The only observation, the only concern from the 7 to 8 polling units I've visited around Life Camp, Gwarimpa Life Camp Axis. I visited about 7 polling units, and the only concern that everybody had raised is the late arrival of the voting materials and the INEC officials. That's the only concern. Voters are orderly. Voting had started. Accreditation is done. Voting has started. Everybody's voting. It's peaceful around here. Security is on ground. No major concern so far.
All
no
right.
major concern so far.
All
As
right.
a matter of fact, the one other thing is from the people I've sampled, I've interviewed a few people, and one of the things they raised is that the number of voters that turned out this year is unprecedented. In previous years, they have not seen this type of turnout. So that's the only difference from other elections. A lot of people are ready, willing to vote, and we have a number of first-time voters as well. A lot of people are trying to vote for the first time ever, and I spoke with a few of them.
All right. Thank you so much. I will get back to you later.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Lawrence.
Thank you. Well, that's our correspondent on the field there, giving us an update of what is happening in that part of town. We'll continue with some of the interviews by our correspondent at Derayo Omotosho. Let's listen to some of them here.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, madam.
What's your name?
My name is Muhammad Saeed.
What is calling you in?
I'm finally here, but I was originally at Kadokuchi, the primary.
Wow.
And I went, they said my name not there, I should go to Chief Palace. I went there. They said, no, it's not there. I should go to one hotel frontage. It's not there, and I went to next. It's not there. They said I should go to eat whatever.
Going round.
Yes, the other side. When I went there, no officials, nobody, nothing. Somebody said, no, why don't you Google it? And I Googled, they said, eat ground is now Garimpa. I've just come.
So you've seen your name on the list?
Sure, I've seen it.
Awesome.
Good. No, I'm happy.
Yes. Well done, sir.
Thank you, my dear.
Thank you so much.
That's an interview by our correspondent at Derayo Omotosho in Guarimpa. It looks as if the enthusiasm is real all over the place, and people have been expressing happiness coming out to vote, despite the hiccups, despite the challenge of late arrival of materials and stuff like that. We still have other interviews that we will play later, but let me get back to my colleague in the studio here, because we have a lot to talk about, and we move on so as to cover a lot of ground. Now, let's look at the National Assembly, because there is a temptation for people to think this is just the presidential election. But we also have a duty to elect 109 senators, 360 members of the House of Representatives. How important is this?
That this particular
okay, I think, hold on, we're having problems with your mic. We'll get back to let's take a short break. We will return after that. Okay, I think our engineers have fixed it. You can go ahead.
Earlier said,
okay,
this
beautiful.
election is like a watershed in Nigerian history of electoral processes. The National Assembly elections are equally important as the other elections and House of Rep. This is where we're going to have a stunning results. Many of the current members of the House of Representatives are even there contesting may not come back. We might end up having to see perhaps unknown political parties. Because one good thing again, aside from what the challenges, is that this election is about personalities. It's not really about party, as so to say. It's about who is this person, what is his pedigree or her pedigrees. So these were areas is of concern. So the 109 House of Senate, for instance, we see how it goes. It might even be difficult to have a majority vote or majority party or majority stake going to a certain party, because all the political parties are feeding people of their interest. And more importantly, if I'm permitted to project, this is why we have people like the the youthful energy I mentioned earlier will come into play, and because that will rub off on the result. People might want to vote for that youthful person or an unknown person in line with the general trend that this kind of person we wanted. So this is my concern. So it's very important too, and we are going to have stunning results. People will be shocked. That's my own take.
Okay, for some people also that I spoke to before this election, there is a temptation to look at candidates and not parties when it comes to members of the National Assembly, because looking at the importance of that arm of government, the legislative arm of government, a lot of people don't realize that without a vibrant legislative arm of government, what you end up having is a government which is like a tyranny in their democracy.
Yes, I want to agree with them. So far, so good in these dispensations, or the last we are now 24 years in the new democracy. Perhaps some of these assemblies, that is national boards, national and state assembly, are populated by people of those partisan views, not for dynamism, not for happy Nigerians. Some of them, we are told, they have not been to their constituencies since the last elections. And this election is where many people are waiting for them. So constituencies programs are virtually nil in many of them. So how many of them on the floor of the National Assembly contribute progressively to the cause of Nigerian states? And as you said, they might become rubber stamps of views of the executives, and that's not supposed to be. How many of them make laws? How many laws are signed into operation, onto existence, based on their own activities? Nigerians have their challenges. For instance, in the crisis building up to the naira swap or naira scarcity, hardly do we have the National Assembly coming off with the full force. No, Mr. President, you are wrong. You see, and in civil climate, for instance, they do that. The legislatures will come up fully and tell Prime Minister, Mr. President, or whatever, you are wrong. This policy cannot stand because of our people. But again, who are the people in the National Assembly? So this election again will be a re-engineering. Nigerians want to put people they trust they can do it for them this time around, not what party presents to them. And that is why that whether you are APC, you are PDP, you are Labour, you are NNPP, you are New Nigerian Party, everything is inconsequential. What most paramount is, who are you when it comes to the senatorial elections and when it comes to the House of Representatives elections?
Okay, we have a colleague here on the line. Ekene Ezepwe is also on the line, calling us from Karoye. Hello, Ekene.
All right. Yeah, we have a situation here at the polling unit, and we just got an information that something is happening. Someone called us from Ohafia, right? Yes. That someone called that there's no voting going on right now. It's only senatorial election and that are available. Senatorial ballots and House of Rep. That presidential is not available in Ohafia. Please, can you explain further? Yeah.
Okay. Hello. Ekene?
Sir.
We may need to confirm that we cannot afford to put on air that now until we confirm that. We are mostly concerned with what is happening at your polling area now.
Okay.
We will escalate it to INEC and the others. Yeah. Yes, that was our colleague Ekene Ezepwe, who is trying to give us an update. But we will get in touch with INEC Situation Room to find out what is happening at that point. These are tasty times, and yes, we are concerned. So let's continue with you were trying to make your point.
So I was saying that the House of Representative elections and the House of National Assembly, Senate, for instance, we produce wonderful new Nigerians. who might be better than the one we have constituted. But as I said, this time around, it's people are not really voting on party lines much. They're always voting on who you are and what you are coming from. And we hope with that we throw up a very vibrant the 10th assembly, if I'm right now. So I also hope that some of these our old members of the National Assembly will find a time to go and sit down. We need a new jig. Although experience matters in legislative matters, experiences matters. For some that have been there in the last 24 years, let them give a new hand to new people. But again, depends on the people of such constituency. If they still want such people to come back and now end up using 28 years, so be it. But paramountly, and this election will be different from what other elections we've witnessed in Nigeria. We might end up as many people from different parties in both the two assemblies, both the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Oh, well, we will take a short break. It's still Citizens Decide on Citizen 93.7 FM. And my colleague has been Abdul Fattah Abdul Salam, who is the managing editor of the Peace magazine. And together we've been taking a look at some of the issues happening. And we'll take a short break. And when we return, we have our in-house analyst, also a friend of the house, Dr. Law Mefo, who is already online. Okay, let's just greet Dr. Mefo. Dr. Mefo, thank you. Dr. Mefo, thank you for joining us on our program today.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, we will come back to you, Dr. Mefo, after this short break. Please don't go away. Yes.
Okay, I'm standing by.
Yeah. Okay, so that's how the program will be. We'll take a short break now, and when we return, Dr. Mefo will be on hand to help us make sense of some other issues happening in the country today. Don't go away. Citizens Decide will return in a moment. My name is Lawrence Omoite.
And those unborn, this clarion call we must heed to love our country above all things, to have a sense of history and build our fatherland. been long and the road has been rough. We've seen so many mountaintops without the promised view, yeah. And many are weak and weary, and I am not so sure they share the vision anymore. And oh, the darkest part of night is just before the dawn. So don't give up, my friend. There is hope yet for us all. This land of ours will flow with milk and honey. Light in the tunnel, that's what I see. I see new hopes coming through, and I know soon, not too long now, Nigeria will be great again. Nigeria will be great again. Look on the brighter side, my friend. We are not at war. Famine ain't here. We are not a nation strong, high on drugs, no. We have a land so blessed. We have a culture that's so rich, and a people strong and so gifted. So come with me, my friend. Let us turn this light in our tunnel into a sunny day. There is hope for you and me. There is hope, yes, for us all. This land of ours will flow with milk and honey. I can see it clearly. Light in the tunnel is what I see. I see new hopes coming through. And soon, not too long. Not too long now. Nigeria will be great again, 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 again. For us all, this land of ours will flow with milk and honey. Look and you see now, see it so clearly now. I see new hopes coming soon, not too long. Nigeria will be great again.
Thank you for staying tuned. There's still Citizens Decide on Citizen 93.7 FM Abuja, and it's our election updates, live updates from across the country and from our correspondents, and also in-depth analysis from our experts. And one of them is already online, Dr. Law Mefo. Doctor, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dr. Law Mefo is a psychologist, is a scholar, is also a media practitioner, and also a communications expert. Everything rolled into one, Dr. Law Mefo. We are glad.
Thank you for hosting me. Thank you.
Yes, glad to have you. Doctor, there are a lot to talk about, but I guess we start from the general overview of the elections so far. From your end, what are the feelers that you've had?
Yeah, well, I am at the moment in Area 1 primary school. That is where I am voting. The turnout is massive. The people are very orderly. They are patiently waiting under the scorching sun. And many have voted and left. And many more are yet to be voted. I can estimate, roughly, the people, they have the number, between 3,000 to 5,000 distributed across many polling units. And that's our story here. And it's orderly, like I have said. People are patiently waiting for their time and turn to vote just like myself, I am also waiting like the rest. They have a special line for the elderly and the people are challenged in one way or the other, like pregnant women and people like that. They have a separate line. Each polling booth has a separate line for that category of voters. So this will underscore the level of organization here. There is enough police presence within the polling unit, Area 1 primary school, and they are civil. Those within the polling unit and polling booths are not bearing arms. The ones that bore arms are not within the voting vicinity. I think I saw them a bit before the entrance, and it's part of the election security. Election security arranged in concentric circles. I think about 3 or 4 circles. The innermost is the polling booths and polling unit. Police there are not supposed to bear arms, and that compliance is very noticeable here. Those bearing arms in the second ring, and of course the military, the soldiers particularly, are often in the outermost ring and away from the people, and can only come in under very extreme circumstances where the police have been obviously overwhelmed, and they have to necessarily intervene. I do pray that we don't experience any reason that would require the military intervening at any place. My contacts across the country is reporting almost the same thing. I don't think there could be pockets of skirmishes here and there, but in my own estimation, the 2023 February presidential poll is largely peaceful. So far, so good. Really happy for Nigerians for keeping the order. The turnout, again, like I said, is very impressive, and it's I think it has a lot to do with the determination of the president to hold a free and fair election as a defeating legacy that he wants to bequeath to Nigerians before exiting the scene May 29, 2023. The president, therefore, is my hero of this election. And the next is INEC chairman and his men, the commission, as a matter of fact. They are heroes. So far, they are, keeping a level playing ground. And we hope that it continues like this and plays out ultimately by the time election results. Hello?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
So I say that my hero of this election is the president for his determination to hold a free and fair election as a legacy, and by extension, the INEC chairman, Professor Yakub, and his men, the commission, as a matter of fact, and ultimately the IGP and the police. They have been professional so far, and I just pray that this convivial atmosphere continues till the very end, when the election results would be announced, and then a post-election will be that of celebration, and we don't want to see any post-election violence, the type that visited Nigeria in 2011, when as many as 800 Nigerians died in a post-election violence in about 12 northern states. We don't pray for such. And if we keep calm and vote and watch our votes, counted, collated, and transmitted via the beavers, whatever is the outcome, whoever emerges the winner at the end of the day is truly the wish of the Nigerian people, majority of them, so to speak. And I'm just happy, to be honest. I'm happy for Nigeria, my country. I'm happy for Nigerians. And may the will of God prevail. May the will of Nigerians prevail in the final analysis.
Okay, Dr. Mefo, this is perhaps the longest unbroken transition that we've had since independence, in talking about transition from one democracy to another. Any significance to this?
Yeah, well, I think military rule is no longer fashionable. And Nigerians, even though very disappointed by the outcome of democracy in the land, have continued to keep the faith with democracy, hoping and believing that democracy is a work in progress and therefore will get better with time. That is just it. And I believe that if we manage to have a free and fair, credible election that meets global standards, Nigerians must have registered something to really be happy for. I think the desire of a president of Nigeria to hold a free and fair, transparent election was started by Goodluck Jonathan. He didn't mind whether that would cost him the office, and he did, and he handed over peacefully. And here his successor is trying to relive that legacy. It's a legacy I think should be sustained, and that is one major gain that I think democracy has recorded in Nigeria. It's not yet Uhuru. For me, it's mostly what you call civil rule. Civil rule and democratic rule are not exactly the same. But again, like I said, democracy is a work in progress and can only get better if we sustain this free and fair election that Buhari has promised Nigerians and appears to be pushing through. If he's able to pull through the stunt, then the democracy must have recorded another milestone, and the foundation is getting firmed up, and it's a matter of more election cycles. It will get better, and Nigerians, once their confidence is strengthened enough, what that means is that this massive turnout will be repeated in the future election cycles, and they will also, with time, begin to really insist on accountability and governance. They will begin to take a more active part in leadership recruitment process, because voting is not just enough. They have to be sure that they really participate in party politics to be able to be in a position to determine those who would bear the party flags. Because if you don't participate in party politics, what will happen is that the people who took part will produce the party flag bearers, and you are condemned to choosing between those they present. But if Nigerians take part in party politics, I believe that the quality of those who are ready to be recruited as leaders at various levels will be enhanced. For example, we are looking at the 3 to 4 major presidential candidates, but then they can't work alone. You need quality senators and quality members of the House of Assembly, House of Representatives. Sorry, if you have a good president who does not have a quality legislative arm to work with, you still will not be able to achieve much. So, but it's a starting point. If you have a very good president who is qualified and dedicated to having a better country, he may be able to lobby his way through and get some appropriate laws passed. I know for certain that the president of the country is the number one lawmaker. Unknown to many people, the number one lawmaker is the president. I say this because over 70% of the bills passed by National Assembly are executive bills.
That's right.
And these executive bills are bills of the president, submitted to the National Assembly via the Attorney General. So it's still something, but I still believe that in future we need to also pay attention to the National Assembly, those who get into the position of senators and the honorable members of House of Representatives are as important, though to a lesser degree, as the president of the country. So that for me is something for the future. But this is a good starting point. The massive turnout is quite impressive. We are under the sun, but we don't mind.
Okay, that reminds me of the anthem of the NYC. We used to sing those days in the rain and under the sun. Anyway, Dr. Mefo, let's look at today we are having the presidential election and the National Assembly. So we are going to be looking at the two arms of government, the executive and the legislative. But let's start with the presidency. Let's look at the powers of the president. The Constitution gives the Nigerian president enormous powers. And the powers to go to war on behalf of the country, although with the support or approval of the National Assembly, the powers to change currency, the powers to impose state of emergency, so many, the powers of appointments to appoint military leaders and so many things. So if the Constitution gives so much powers to an individual, shouldn't Nigerians also be very circumspect when it comes to endorsing such person to take up the responsibility? Do we as a nation know the depth of the presidential powers?
Well, the Nigerian president is perhaps the most powerful president in the world. Nigerians may not know. Nigerian president is more powerful than the president of the United States in terms of the power he exercises. In fact, the Nigerian president, by the virtue of 1999 Constitution, is a constitutional dictator. So it takes a lot of restraint, a lot of maturity, a lot of this and that for the president of Nigeria to really, play down on his powers in order not to present himself as an outright dictator in a civilian environment. And we have seen a lot of such powers exercised by President Muhammad Buhari. We also saw it under Obasanjo. You see extreme utilization of power. Where the president shows that he can do and don't do, and there is nothing anybody can do about it. It has to do with the Constitution. Nigerian Constitution is a unitary constitution in a federal environment. That is what this whole thing is about. And if you check the National Assembly, that's what I was saying, that if we don't have quality men in the National Assembly, the president can get away with almost everything. That is a problem. But if you have men who are tested and trusted, who can really look the president in the eye and say, look, Oga, I say this one is not too good. But not when you have the yes men occupying the office of the senator and House of Rep members. At the end of the day, they will just tell you that whatever the president says is good for the country. That is what we have seen in the Senate under the current Senate President, Ahmed Lawan. He said that much, that whatever the president brings is good. That's what he said so. And it's not just my assumption, it's what he said. And he leaked it out. So you discover that the power of the president will need to be toned down. That is why you need radical amendment of the 1999 Constitution. You need to amend the 1999 Constitution to reduce some of these powers and transfer through devolution certain powers to states and state rating units. Now, what you have in the concurrent list Not only that the number is so few, about 30 or something like that, the items contained in the concurrent list are very flimsy, items, things like marriage and what they can do really find there. You don't find any serious economic and political powers in the concurrent list. Because if you look at it, what they really take to develop a state, the powers are tied to the exclusive list, which is exclusive to the federal government. This is very, very fundamental. Some of those powers will have to be toned down by moving same to moving a significant number of those items to the concurrent list. And again, I also think that there is need for a residual list. That residual list must be exclusive to state as a rating unit. Now, what you have now, you have just two lists. You have an exclusive list, you have concurrent list. And exclusive is exclusive to the federal government. Concurrently, it's not exclusive to state. This is a very major problem because there is that clause on concurrent which says that the laws made on concurrent list by state when at variance, with the laws made by the National Assembly, that the laws made by National Assembly on the concurrent list will be superior. It will supersede and render those made by the state null and void to the extent of their inconsistency to the federal. You can see that even going by that clause, the state legislatures are simply not there for any meaningful work. Because whatever they do must receive approval of the Senate, otherwise they are useless. That's what it means. Unless the National Assembly does not turn its attention to such a state assembly unit.
Hello. Oh, seem to have lost him there. Hello, Dr. Mefo. Okay, we will get back to Dr. Mefo as his line is still reading. Hello, Dr. Mefo, can you hear me?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Well, that is exhaustive enough about that, the powers of the president and the need. Now, let's look at the National Assembly. Let's start from, I remember the last discussion we had about a few days ago on the National Assembly, some of the challenges they face. But let's look at the recruitment process of people that end up in the National Assembly. Is there anything that can be done from the part of the electorate? Because I know that sometimes some of these things go beyond what the electorates think. Hello, Dr. Mefo.
I can hear you now. You went off a while ago.
Okay, I think it's the network. I said,
yes.
Let's look at the National Assembly now. I remember a few days ago when you were on the program, we spoke about the National Assembly. Now,
yes.
Let's look at the recruitment process of candidates, of lawmakers that end up at the National Assembly. Is there anything we can do as Nigerians, as citizens, as electorate, as party members to influence the quality of lawmakers that end up at the National Assembly?
That's the point I was trying to make earlier. I said Nigerians, yes, in this election, there is massive turnout of Nigerians. But this is at the voting level. This massive turnout should be repeated at a party, political party process, so that they will play a role in deciding those who carry the flags of the political party. You don't find enough interest of Nigerians at a political party process. That is the point. When the parties are doing their primary, their members are those who will constitute the delegates. What you may call the electoral college, if it is an indirect election where you have delegates and all that. But the whole process is still not what it should be. For example, what we do is indirect primaries. And the indirect primaries here, presupposes that only about 3 officials are elected. Majority of others are appointed or they are statutory delegates. This is a very serious problem. you need to have direct primary, because even these so-called statutory delegates and those elected to go and represent the rest of the party members at the party primaries, these people are handpicked. The governors will just sit down and write the names of the people they want. And this is exactly the practice. So political party members don't actually take part in the political party primaries. The governors and the party executives hijack the process. They therefore decide those who will ultimately fly the flag of the political party. What does that tell you? It is those that they give you that you will come out and stand under the sun to vote for. But if the law is changed to allow for direct party primaries, what I mean by direct party primaries is all the party members will come out and vote who they want. Not indirect party primaries where governors will handpick those who they want. This is one first measure that must be introduced if you want to actually have Nigerians decide who governs or who leads them. This is number one. Number two is, like I said, the level of confidence inspired by the determination of the president to have a free and fair election. It will change one narrative. That narrative that says, our votes will not count, is changing it because many people now believe that their vote will count. And if their vote eventually count in this election, it means it will inspire greater confidence in future election cycles. So many more Nigerians will take interest in voting in the next election cycle. But they must not start their voting there. They have to start their voting in first becoming political party members, card-carrying political party members. When they carry cards or parties, they will now be able to determine those who are leaders of their political parties and those who will carry the flags of the political party. That is where to start. For me, turning out here now to vote for those they brought out, those they have given us, with those whose emergency which will have no rule whatsoever, is solving only 50% of the problem. Because we are condemned to those they have presented, and it means that you have to vote those they have presented, whether they are good or bad. That is where the problem is. But if they have taken active interest, taken active part in the processes that yielded the political party flag bearers, then you have quality people in the arena, who are aspirants and ultimately candidates of political parties. Then any of them you choose will be good enough because you ensured their quality right from the beginning. As it is now, there is nothing we can do to influence the quality because we cannot change anybody at this level. That is the point I'm making. So we need to go back to the drawing board, make sure that the direct primaries, you remember that the president, he was prevailed on not to sign a direct primaries into the new Electoral Act. I believe that bill should be made again. It should be remade and resubmitted to the next president or even this president because he still has about 3 months in office. So, he can still sign it if we can convince him because he was looking at the cost, the cost of a direct party primary on some smaller political parties. But I don't think that the argument of the president should be seen as quite a circumstance because he does not have to worry about a political party not having enough money to conduct direct primary. If you are not qualified to be a political party, is it by force? If you cannot do some of these things, then you are not qualified to be a political party. You deregister and leave the arena to those who are serious enough, qualified enough to go through the processes of what we know to be the best practices you find around in a political party process. If we are able to get those, injected into what we are doing in the country, I believe Nigerian political space and democratic process will dramatically change, and the quality people will begin to show up at National Assembly. I'm not saying that those who are there are not quality, but I believe that we can do better. We can really do better. One more thing I want to add to this. You see, when you allow people to take part, very active part in deciding those who carry their political party flag, you give them direct access, direct control over those people. As at now, those who are in the presidency, those who are in the National Assembly, do not owe their allegiance to Nigeria because of the way they emerge. They emerge because a few men that call themselves National Executive Council handed them over the party flag. Their governors handed over the party flag. So their allegiance is to those who put them there, and not to Nigerian masses that have been cut off from the process of leadership recruitment in the real sense of the word in Nigeria. Those things will change if a democracy will really have sufficient meaning in our own climate.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Lodmefor. We have to leave it at that for now. We have a whole day. In fact, we have 2-3 days before the announcement of result, and I'm sure we may have cause to bring you back.
Maybe by Monday or so.
All right. Thank you so much. Well, that was our guest, Dr. Lodmefor, a psychologist and also a communication expert, giving us his insight into some of the things. So, it's still Citizens Decide on Citizen 93.7 FM Abuja. We are bringing you live updates of the elections across the country. So far, the situation is that it's generally peaceful, although initially there were reports of hiccups over late arrival of materials and stuff, but those things are being taken care of. And generally, the election, if we look at the general picture, has been smooth so far. No reported, at least no big case of violence reported anywhere yet. We hope it will continue like that. We'll continue the program after this break. We'll go on a break, a not very short break. We'll just take a break of about 15 to 20 minutes for a breather, and then we will return. By then, we will be approaching the close of ballots, and we will be rounding off some of the information we have across the country. My name is Lawrence Moiti. Thank you for staying tuned since morning, and we hope you'll continue to keep us company. the polling areas in Abuja and some other parts of the country. But we hope that all those things have been sorted out as we try to reach out to some of our correspondents across. And let's stay with Abuja here. We also have some interviews that were conducted earlier by some of our correspondents. Let's listen to one that was conducted by Queenette Udoka, and the one we call Oweri Tomato. She's also on the field today, and let's listen to that interview.
Okay, I'm Oweri Tomato from Citizen FM. What time did you come here, ma'am?
10 o'clock.
10. What's your number when you came?
537.
Wow. What of you, ma'am? What time?
Yeah, I got here to 12. And my number is 770 something.
What time did you come on?
9:30 a.m.
And your number?
503.
503. Now with discussions, and I can see you sitting down inside Kekema and you laying by the Keke. I can imagine that there was no provision for like canopies and chairs or tree and shades. But we have what we have, and we'll do what we do. What's driving you to still stay? Are you not tired to want to go home, but do you want to stay? No, it's not as if I'm asking you to go. Would you want to go or stay?
I'm staying.
So what's driving you?
What's driving me? Because I waited for 8 years, so I waited for 24 hours. It's a little thing. So no matter what, we stay.
Okay. The next question is this your first time, ma'am?
No. This is my second time.
Is this your first time?
Not at all.
Your first time, ma'am?
Yeah, it's my first time.
So you are actually picking your PVC for the first time?
Yes.
Ma, is this your first time to vote?
No.
Okay. Now the next question is, what are the average ages you're seeing here?
Literally everybody. The average is youth.
The youths are massive. So what has driven the youth to come out?
Because they want a change. Everybody is tired.
Yes, that was an interview by our correspondents on the field, but we have to cut that short because there is a press briefing by the national chairman of INEC currently going on, and we want you to listen to what he's saying. We'll be back after that briefing in a moment. Don't go away.
It's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green, can't you see? The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green, can't you see? The land is green, it's green, oh, oh. The land is green, it's green, can't you see? I can see all the harvest is ready, 'cause he told me so. It's green and it's all mine. Unite and shield Nigeria. Nigeria will survive. Nigeria will survive. Africa will survive. My people will survive. Oh, Nigeria will survive. Nigeria will survive. Africa will survive. My people will survive. Oh, Nigeria will survive. Andrew, don't check out. Say what? Stay and build your country. Nigeria will survive. Now who go die for you? God is thicker than water. Nigeria will survive. If Andrew do your work, and me I do my own, Nigeria will survive. If our leaders do them best, Andrew goes there to help, Nigeria will survive. Nigeria will survive. Africa will survive. My people will survive, Nigeria will survive. Nigeria will survive. Africa will survive. My people will survive, Nigeria will survive. Nigeria will survive. Africa will survive. My people will survive, Nigeria will survive. Nigeria will survive. Africa will survive. My people will survive, Nigeria will survive.
Hundreds of millions of ballot papers are result sheets that we are supposed to deliver for the election. But another contributory factor to the late opening of the polling units is actually the perennial insecurity in the country. For instance, we couldn't deploy early enough to Alawa in Shiroro local government area of Niger State. Bandits launched an attack, not necessarily on INEC officials, but in the area. So on the advice of the security agencies, we tarried a while. But I'm happy to say that we were able to deploy to Alawa, and voting in that location is ongoing as we speak. Similarly, in Oshimili local government area of Delta State, thugs attacked a polling unit and 2 beavers machines were lost in the process. But again, determined that election must continue, we were able to replace the stolen beavers machines, reinforce security, and voting continued in that location. Similarly, in Safana local government area of Katsina State, thugs attacked one of our voting locations and snatched 6 beavers machines. But again, were able to recover and use the spare beavers machines and reinforce security for voting to continue in that location. Happily, the security agencies have recovered 3 of the beavers machines, but 3 are still held by the thugs. So in these locations, the target of attack was actually the beavers machines, no longer our ballot papers or ballot boxes, is the beavers machines. But in the 2 instances, we were able to recover and continue with the process. But there are also other complaints we had from some political parties about the shortage of polling agents' tags, the identity tags. Nigerians may recall that for the first time, we designed a portal and encouraged all political parties, as required by law, to nominate their polling agents. They never interacted with INEC face to face. And we harvested over 1.5 million nominations from political parties for agents at polling units level alone, and over 68,000 for collation at ward level, local government level, and the states, and 27 collation agents for the national collation as nominated by the 18 political parties. And we printed those cards and delivered them in the main to the states, where they were collected by the state chairmen of political parties. But not all the parties nominated agents for all the polling units. So we did what we are supposed to do. And if there are issues, then definitely these issues will not be from the commission. But we also realized, and that is why we created the portal, that parties would like to issue agents their own tags bearing only the logos of the party and the word agent written across. In this case, anybody can claim to be the agent of any political party at any level, resulting in some instances commotion during collation, where 2 or more agents will claim to represent a political party. And that's why we created the portal where they uploaded the names of the agents and the description of where they are going to serve as agents, as well as their photographs. And these cards were laminated and delivered to the states. One of the parties drew my attention to a letter. They said in one of the states, they were given a letter by INEC in the absence of the accreditation tags. But our officials at the polling unit level did not recognize those agents because they were not bearing the INEC accredited cards. I requested that gentleman to share a copy of that letter with me. He shared a copy of that letter, and it was clearly issued by his party, not by INEC. And when I drew his attention to it, he immediately deleted the message. So this is the clarification on the issue of agents. And I would still like to advise political parties that as we go into the concluding phase of this election, particularly when we go into collation of results, the Commission will insist that only INEC accredited collation agents will be admitted into the collation centers. Finally, there was an issue raised by some of the political parties, particularly at the polling unit level this morning. They said that in some instances, the logos of the political parties were on the ballot papers, but the acronyms of the political parties were not on the result sheets. I need to provide this important clarification. The process of producing the result sheets is more complicated than the production of the ballot paper. For result sheets at polling unit level, they are polling unit specific, and they are in several carbonized copies that the Commission will retain the top copies, the first 2 top copies, and then give each polling agent at polling unit level a copy, and 1 copy goes to the police. The process of producing the result sheet is a lot more complicated than the production of the ballot papers. So what we did on the result sheets was to provide 2 additional blank rows. And the purpose of these 2 additional blank rows is to accommodate any political party that we may be compelled to accommodate on the ballot paper by 11th hour judicial pronouncement. So those 2 additional rows are supposed to take care of that eventuality. So where you have a party on the ballot, but the logo is not on any of the result sheets, this can actually be added to the result sheets, for which rows have been provided accordingly. And the polling presiding officers and the collation agents are authorized to accept and certify and stamp the insertion of political parties where this situation arises. There are also unfolding situations in Abia and Imo states. In Abia, deployment is taking place late to the polling units. The commission is aware, but we are assuring voters in Abia state that no matter how late we deploy to the polling units, if voters are on the queue before 2:30, they will vote no matter how long it takes. So we are aware of the situation in Abia state. We are also aware of the situation in Imo state. Generally speaking, but specifically in respect of 4 local government areas: Okigwe, Uguta, Osu, and Olu local government areas. In the whole of Osu, we had issues in all the 11 wards. In the case of Olu, it's 6 wards out of 11. In the case of Okigwe, it's 5 wards out of 11. And in the case of Oguta, it's more widespread. I had a discussion with the Inspector General of Police this morning, as well as the military, and our officials have been escorted to all the 4 locations. I take it that voting would have commenced in some of these difficult places, but if it doesn't, then I want to assure voters in those locations that election will hold and they will not be disenfranchised. We are going to be making this briefing to Nigerians intermittent throughout the day. So we'll go and review the situation further. I hope in the next, what's the time now, Festus? Almost 1:30. Should we say 4:30? 4:30 will be here to provide Nigerians further updates. But this briefing is also supposed to be interactive. Yes, we may be journalists, but we are above all Nigerians. There are things you might have heard, things that we might have seen, reports that we might have read, that we would wish to draw our attention to. In our situation room, we have several platforms. That is what is called the INEC Citizens Contact Center, ICCC, where Nigerians using different platforms also relate with the commission, report situations, and we have been responding. But you'll understand that we are in the middle of an election. So if there are 1 or 2 questions or observations or suggestions, I would like to listen to them and respond to the questions before we go back to the situation room. Thank you very much.
That was Professor Yakub Mahmoud, who is the national chairman of INEC, giving an update on the elections so far, and he also responded to some issues, some questions surrounding the elections, and we will bring you updates on some of those issues. He spoke on the security, the late arrival of election materials in some parts of the country. He said this was due to security threat in some part of the country. He specifically mentioned that thugs attacked polling units. Okay, let's take this call. Hello, good morning. Oh, good afternoon.
Lawrence, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Who's on the line, please?
Well, this is Body.
Oh, Body. Thank you so much for calling back.
Lauren, before I go on, people are complaining about something, about I don't know if I should talk about it, the LP. They say the name is not on top of the ballot box, but it's just a symbol of his papa, pikin, and mama.
Okay, but I think we should just calm down on that now, for now.
Yeah. That's what I told them, yes, I think just want to know what you're about doing, do what you have to do, and leave that
the INEC chairman just finished his briefing now, and he spoke to some of those issues. I think they are working on stuff like that.
So thank God that's what I'm explaining to them at the polling unit.
Yes,
the voting is going on well.
Voting.
Then I don't know.
Okay, go on.
If you should call, are you getting in touch with Akwa Ibom State to find out the situation on ground?
Yeah, we are trying to establish contact there. We will bring them as soon as we get them.
Okay, and the voting is going on well. The one at checking points. We give thumbs up to security personnel. They are up and doing their professionalism. It's up to nothing, but we don't know what goes on in other places. But the ones around the Abuja Ags and the Maraba, they are doing well. I must commend them with overwhelming population around.
All right, thank you, Bode. Let's get back to the collation center where the INEC chairman is answering questions from journalists and all other election observers who are presently there now.
Locating polling units. That is why before the election, we embarked on a campaign encouraging citizens to identify their polling units. We have 6.7 million citizens in that respect, and quite a number of them have done so. I actually expected that the complaints that we are going to receive from people who could not locate their polling units will be louder than that. We tried to solve a 25-year-old problem in the history of Nigeria by expanding voter access to polling units, which we successfully did in 2021. Before then, the delimitation of polling units was the one done by the old NECON, not INEC, in 1996. Doing so means redistributing some voters to polling units. The law empowers the commission to create polling units and to allot voters to them. There is population increase, movement of people up and down the country, and so we did so. But what we did in the main was to redistribute voters from congested polling units in proximate or same location. In other words, voters were not in the main taken out of the locations where they have voted consistently since 1999. So what did we do? We published the entire list of the redistributed voters and shared with our state offices. We worked with the mobile telecom network operators in Nigeria and sent bulk text messages to the affected Nigerians. We encourage our state offices to engage in publicity in the local languages. And then we came up with two simple ways by which citizens could locate their polling units ahead of election day. One of which was our website. But the other one, which is simpler, is we provided two telephone numbers to which you can send a simple text message indicating your state, your surname, and the last 6 digits of your voter identification number, and you will receive a message telling you that this is your polling unit. We appreciate that not all Nigerians have smartphones or access to the internet, and that's where when we send the list to the states, we ask them to engage with those voters that we may have redistributed to some of the polling units, and also engage in publicity in the local language. So these are some of the steps that we took. In fact, very interestingly, a friend of mine was very angry. We moved the person from one polling unit in Abuja to another polling unit, and he sent me a message to say that the commission has no powers under the law to do so. After all, how can you move me to a polling unit without my consent? Well, I quoted the section of the law. And I called him. I said, why are you so angry? He said, no, I'm not angry. I said, please read the message carefully. We said you have been moved from a congested to a more convenient polling unit in the same premises. So in other words, you even don't have to walk long distance. Then he looked at the message and said, sorry, actually I didn't read the message. I thought you moved me to another town. So, but we have been to school, we should be able to read, and understand messages. So if there are Nigerians who are unfortunately still unable to locate their polling units, I apologize on behalf of the commission, but voting has not ended. You can still send text message to the numbers that we have provided. They are on our social media platforms. They are also on the hard copies of the information we shared here early this week on the number of PVCs collected. And you in the media can help us before voting ends for people to know how they can locate their polling units and to vote on election day. Our intention was never to disenfranchise Nigerians, but to make it more convenient for Nigerians to vote easily. Unfortunately, some of the polling units are still congested, because when we contacted some Nigerians, they preferred to be left in the congested polling units, some for security considerations, that we feel more secure while we have been voting, even if the units are congested, than taking us to a less populated polling unit, which may be some distance away from our comfort zones. So these are the steps that we have taken, and this is the rationale for voter redistribution. Mayor Ogidi, I have answered your question partially in my opening statement. I said that no Nigerian will be disenfranchised. Yes, we opened the polling units late, and we admitted that in some cases the polling units were opened late. But the system has an automatic mechanism for recovering lost time. We don't start 8:30 and close 2:30 on the dot. If we start later than 8:30, whoever is on the queue before 2:30 will vote, no matter how long it takes. So no Nigerian will be disenfranchised on that score, provided that person is at the polling unit before 2:30. You talked about one of the vice presidential candidates unable to vote in Maiduguri Metropolitan Council. We are following and tracking the challenges we have in two locations in Borno State, the Maiduguri Metropolitan Council and Jere. So we are tracking that. Voting hasn't ended. We are sure we'll overcome whatever challenges, and every Nigerian will have the opportunity to vote. Then finally, you talked about the attack on some of our officials in Goza. We are tracking that one as well. There are some should I say bandits or some insurgents that were firing from the mountain top in Goza, just firing at random. That was what we were tracking before we had to come to brief you. So we'll continue to track. At 4:30, we should be in a position to give further update on that. I thank you very much. The work continues. See you at 4:30.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Please, we all gather again here at 4:30 for the next round of updates from the Commission. Thank you.
Yes, that was INEC chairman giving an update on the election so far. Election polling is still going on. Ballot is still taking place in polling units across the country. So he says that the commission is aware of some of the hiccups that was noticed at the beginning of polls. He also informed that in Katsina, thugs snatched 6 beavers machine, and security agents were able to recover 3. He also acknowledged the fact that political parties complained of shortage of tax for party agents, but he also explained that INEC cannot be blamed for this. He also noticed the unfolding situations in Abia and Imo states, and he has assured voters in those states that no matter how late INEC officials deploy, votes will still take place, especially in Osu, in Olu, Okigwe, and Oguta. He also apologized on behalf of Nigerians who were unable to locate their polling unit. And just like we spoke earlier with my colleague here, we were speaking about people who were unable to locate their polling unit. I said INEC had given this information early before election, and people were expected to try and locate their units beforehand. And so he's saying that all the lapses noticed so far, INEC officials are working towards it, and that Nigerians should not give up. So my colleague is back in the studio, and together we'll just take a look at some of the things that the INEC chairman said. Abdul Fattah Abdul Salam, who is the managing editor of the Peace magazine, is still here with me. So I'm sure you listen to the briefing by INEC chairman. What do you make of it?
Yes, I did, and I'm happy that it's coming at the appropriate time. He has promised that the briefing is going to continue the next 3 hours, and to inform Nigerians about developments around the states, which is very good. So we must give kudos so far to the INEC office and officers for their efforts. Earlier in the morning, we discussed some challenges, and somehow the challenges are featuring in what we just discussed. Also, late deployment of materials to our appropriate polling units, and inability of some people to identify their units is also a challenge. Insecurity, no matter how it is, it's also hearing its ugly heads, especially again in the southeast, where he mentioned about 6 areas. So in the northeast, it's the same thing, and part of Niger State. So I think so far so good. The INEC is on top of their jobs, and they are working towards the success.
Okay.
How long shall we be patient before we reach the promised land? Let's save Nigeria, so Nigeria won't die. Which way, Nigeria? Which way?
Thank you for staying tuned. It's still Citizens Decide on Citizen 93.7 FM here in Abuja. A live studio here, monitoring developments across the country on the day of the presidential and the National Assembly elections. And we just finished listening to the INEC chairman, and my colleague Abdul Fattah has also been trying to also explain some of the things that the INEC chairman has said. Another thing he said also was that the beavers is now becoming what you will say it's targets of hoodlums who have now decided to abandon their target for ballot boxes and now go for the beavers. It looks as if the beavers has rendered the ballot box snatching on I don't know what to say, but it's sad that when Nigerians, when institutions try to make the process very seamless, criminals think ahead. For them, since they have made ballot boxes unattractive, we will go for what is considered the heart of the matter.
Well, the recent Osun State election also might be a factor, because in the judgment, one of the things that the judges said was the beavers. They referred to the beavers. The beavers was able to expose the overvoting a certain sector of that election. So definitely polling where the polling boxes or the buses otherwise or is no more necessary at this point in time. So it's rather than for them to have beaver, but cleverly again, INEC was prepared for such things and had extra machines ready for such an attack. In reality, this election, as I said, is a new dimension into the electoral system of Nigeria if it can be sustained. So if you go and carry the box, the beavers will expose the people that voted, and it's more attractive. Then again, you can't say want to snatch the result because already beavers also expose such people that voted or not. So I think I want to give kudos for whoever innovated the idea of the beavers in our electoral process.
Okay, I think we lost that call. We had a call. You can call us on 0903 2229 797. Or you can also call us on 0818 2222 205. Or you can call us on 0818 2222 206. Any of these numbers, let's have your impression. What do you think about the elections so far? Have you voted? Or are you still on queue? Or you are about to vote? Or you did not even bother? Whatever it is, let's know and let's talk about it. Hello? What's that? Okay.
Let's save Nigeria, so Nigeria will fall. Which way Nigeria? Which way Nigeria? Which way to go? Which way to go? I love my fatherland. Oh yes, I want to know. We want to know which way Nigeria is heading to. Which way Nigeria? Which way Nigeria? Which way to go? Which way to go? I love my fatherland. Oh yeah, I want to know. Yes, I want to know which way Nigeria is heading to. One more time. Which way Nigeria is heading to. Let's save Nigeria. Which way Nigeria is heading to. Oh yeah, which way Nigeria is heading to. Which way Nigeria is heading to. One more time. Which way Nigeria is heading to. Amen. Sunset, living in golden glow, this land of our inheritance, a land of men and women who tend their world. This land of our ancestors is a wonderful heritage, alive with drums and swift rhythms, a lovely land with sights to see. Nigeria, this land of my ancestors, it is the birth to call my own. A land to cherish, a land to not rich, a legacy to give to those unborn, a legacy for children yet unborn. Every day I get more convinced God really blessed this land. Riches running underground, the land is fertile, rivers running everywhere, and many other blessings of Mother Nature. This land of our ancestors is a truly rich heritage, a rich culture and history. I am proud to be of this heritage. Oh,
Nigeria, this land of my ancestors.
My ancestors.
A piece of earth to call my own.
To call my own.
Our land to cherish, our land to nourish. A legacy to give to those unborn.
A legacy to give to those unborn.
A legacy for children yet unborn.
Our fathers, they did all they could to ensure this land survived. Through the ages, some lay down their life. They fought up intruders to ensure this land survives. Bridges over rivers overcame great obstacles, leaving us rich heritage. Now it's our turn to keep tradition and pass on this legacy. Oh,
Nigeria, this land of my ancestors.
Land of my ancestors.
A piece of earth to call my own.
To call my own.
Our land to cherish, our land to nourish, a legacy to give to.
Thank you for staying tuned. It's still Citizen 93.7. My name is Lawrence Omoiti. It's still our Citizens Decide studio here in Abuja. And we have our correspondent on the line, Yakubu. Yakubu, thank you for staying tuned. The connection is poor. We will get back Yakubu on the line after this time out.
Why do we
Thank you for staying tuned. It's still a live transmission of the presidential and national assembly election. My colleague Udeme George is online now. Udeme, how has it been? Any update from the last time we spoke?
Things have been quickly. I mean, on a lighter note, I mean, I've not seen Nigerians so serious about a protest like this one. If you look at the time, I think it's above 1 p.m. and the sun is scorching hot now. But on one of the polling units where I am right now, from the first one, the sun is very hot. But guess what? There are lots of young men and women under the sun. There's no shelter anywhere because there's no provision for that. So, but these guys are under the sun and they're saying we are going to vote and ensure that we stay here until our votes are counted before we leave. So, secondly, there's been a challenge actually too, because INEC had to, because of overflow of numbers, the polling units, they had to share and send some people to a new polling unit because of the too much of numbers. So some people have had difficulties, especially for those who are not very literate, trying to locate their new polling unit. They go to the one that they know, and they cannot find their name and they cannot vote. But there was a lady I spoke with. The lady I spoke with in the morning, she was the first person at the polling unit where I was. She actually took it upon herself to help a couple of women to find their polling unit using her phone and with the messages they got from INEC. So it's a lot of sacrifice here. People bringing water. A lot of the guys also here, the ladies as well. So it's going pretty well. And from the polling unit I was earlier, the crowd was not much there. But moving down to the one at, of course, the very close to Jabi upstairs here, there are a lot of people here. And a lot of them also have not casted their votes yet. So I think this might evening, which INEC is also very much available to ensure that anybody who is here before 2 p.m., just like they said, must cast their vote. So there will be some level of disenfranchisement because some people cannot locate their polling unit. Some can find it, but if it's far from where they are, they cannot actually, because there is no movement, there is no vehicular movement for them to go to where their unit is. But I've also spoken with a couple of women who actually came from a distance, who said, we must vote. Where is the place? Let's go there. And they came all the way, and they are here, and of course, they are on the queue, trying to get accredited and also get to vote at the same time as well. So that's what it is. So far, peaceful. There's been no issue, no fight, no any kind of violence. It's as good as it has been since morning. From where I've been, the different polling units where I have visited, with no issue at all. The policemen are also here. They're not having any kind of difficulty. The Nigerians are law-abiding. They are going, of course, doing their voting the right way. So there's no issue. So we're still here monitoring and see what's happening.
All right, thank you so much, Udeme. Thank you for this update. Maybe after close of ballot, we may have to come back to you.
It's okay. I'm very much here.
Yeah. Yes, that's our colleague on the field, Udeme George, giving us situation report. And just like Abdul Fattah and I have discussed since morning, the issue of people who are unable to locate their polling unit, it's rampant, and maybe it will be interesting to see the data at the end of the day, how many people who could not vote because they could not locate their polling unit. And going forward, maybe we will have to address this, and INEC will also have to address it, and Nigerians also will have to take it more seriously when election approaches next time, to ensure that you locate your polling unit well ahead of time. Abdul Fattah.
Well, let's hope so. Let's hope that we still have another election next 2 weeks, the governorship election. We will hope that lapses noted for this current election could be corrected, So let's hope the INEC will do the needful, and Nigerians will also continue to search for their polling unit, so as not to be differentiated. You know, it's just like going to write a jam. You have to search for your centers days ahead to be rest assured, and if possible, you measure the time of you get your target location before your exam commences. So if Nigerians have taken this seriously before now, maybe it could have been a lot better. But there's a news scroll that's of interest to me, that in Kaduna there seems to be a vote apathy, or less people coming out to vote. That the news scroll is ascribed to the governor of the state. You see, we've said it. There will be vote apathy because of lack of funds or money in people's hands. And whether we like it or not, people will have to trek to where we are going to go to. Some want to buy pure water or water to drink to calm the down, the sun and things like that. And that's what money is not available. Somebody will say, oh, let me pay my house. So these are the challenges I'm seeing currently go on. But let's say it's been a very peaceful elections to the end.
All right. We have it's about 5 minutes to 2 now, and by our next timetable, the elections are supposed to end by 2:30. That's assuming everyone on the queue has voted by that time. But it looks as if very few polling units started by that time, so we may likely have a situation where voting will stretch to 3, 4, even 5, or in some cases 6. And even in cases like the 4 communities that the INEC chairman spoke of in Imo State, also Olu, Okigu, and Okuta, it might end up till midnight, because the man said no matter how late we deploy, vote will take place. So let's keep our fingers crossed. We will continue to bring you updates from our correspondents across the country. It's still Citizens Decide on Citizen 93.7 FM here in Abuja, and we are bringing you live updates of the presidential and National Assembly election. Please don't go away, the program continues. still Citizen FM 93.7, and it's our live transmission of the presidential and national assembly election. Yes, I have a colleague here in online. It's a familiar voice, so to speak, on our station here. Jide Ojo, a media personality. Jide, I understand that you are just returning from field observation. Can you bring us up to speed what you saw?
Okay. Yeah, exit, and then we got there very early, before 8:30. In many of the polling units we visited, the INEC officials came about 8:30, so it took a bit of time for them to settle down. But I mean, on a comparative note, we have it better than in many other parts of the country where we got reports that election didn't even start until about 11:12. However, what we also noticed was strict enforcement of the no movement, the lockdown. There are several military and police checkpoints on the way. And the beavers actually work maximally in the polling units we visited. Aside from this, we also observed large turnout of voters, even waiting patiently, giving themselves number ahead of the time the INEC officials arrived. They are so elderly, so it's very impressive that Nigerians really didn't need much persuasion to engage the electoral process. And what I saw, which wasn't too okay, is that priority voting was not accorded the people who are designated to enjoy it. For instance, in a polling unit in Karu where we went, it was a very large polling unit with so many women, elderly women sitting on the pavement. These are elderly women who should ordinarily have been accorded priority voting. Likewise, persons with disabilities, nursing mother, pregnant women, and persons with disabilities generally. So it seems like maybe because the INEC officials that were overwhelmed, they didn't even remember to create a separate queue for persons with disabilities, elderly women, elderly people, then pregnant women, nursing mothers. But I called the attention of one of the officials to a particular pregnant woman and was able to get them to accord other priority voting. So it meant much to me because I am part of the Nigerian Women Trust Fund and we are actually observing this election from the gender lens. And what we also have observed is that INEC lived up to expectation in terms of gender configuration of poll officials. In many places where we visited, we even saw more female poll officials than male poll officials. So maybe because it's in the cosmopolitan area, that may not be the story in the rural community. But at least out of all the polling units we visited, it's either 2 men, 2 female, 2 female, 2 male, or 3 female, 1 male. But it means so much to us because when you look at issues from gender lens, you are not actually looking at the number of female candidates, but we are also looking at the turnout of women in this process, which is very impressive because in many places where we got to, even though we didn't do any head count, we could see large participation of Nigerian women wanting to cast their ballot. Then in terms of even security agents, we also saw even NDLA deploying female operatives. We saw road safety deploying female operatives. We saw NCDC, civil defense also deploying female counterparts as part of their team providing election security. So on the whole, I think we're up to a very good start. Although I listened to INEC chairman, the update he gave a short while ago, where he actually mentioned some of the logistical challenges in Abia, in Imo, in Shiroro, in Goza, in Benin State, and some other places. But at least in the places I've covered thus far, things are up to a good start. I must also not forget to flag the situation. There's a place called Negris, in Negris or somewhere, or if you are going towards at Maraba, there is this large complex there where there is only one polling unit, and you need to see the tumultuous crowd. There was only one polling unit, and I think INEC should have broken down that particular polling unit to several polling. I mean, there should have been less than 4 polling units in that place, given the kind of intensive turnout we saw in that particular. I don't have my notepad with me. I should have been able to mention specifically where that is. But you saw a very huge crowd. Then there's only one polling unit. The security officials that were having tough time controlling them, pacifying them. We saw a very long queue. And the good news, as I told them, for those who approach me, is that no one will be disenfranchised. Even if it's 2:30 p.m., everyone that is still on queue shall be processed and allowed to vote. So that's what the law says, and I was able to assure and reassure. But I felt that since INEC created additional polling units, over 50,000 of them, that place should have been considered for a split, at least to make it easier for those who are voters in that particular unit to have it easier than they are having it. Because then we also saw quite a number of people not knowing where they should vote. And I think INEC chairman addressed that in its address short while ago. Many did not bother to check where they are supposed to vote, and where they did check, they didn't know exactly where those new locations are. There is blinker numbers we saw who actually were told that their traditional voting point or voting unit, if I can put it that way, they have been moved away from there, and they did not know exactly where they should go to cast their ballot. And I'm talking about illiterate voters. They are not the educated one. But on the whole, it's a mixed bag, more positive for me than negative. You know, this is a very complex human enterprise. If you look at what the INEC chairman will tell you, Nigeria voting population of, even if we use the benchmark of 7.2 million that collected their PVC, that's still that number is still more than the entire 14 other countries in the West African sub-region in terms of their voting population. So it's a very complex exercise. We just need to be patient. All those who are voters who are on queue will still be allowed to vote. That's what the NHN has given reaffirmed this afternoon when we addressed the press at the International Conference Center. That, it's not about extending the voting hours. If you are on queue, you will be allowed to vote, even if it's 6 p.m., 10 p.m. So I think Nigerians who are here to vote should just be patient and be calm. Because if you go violent, definitely the result of that polling unit will be cancelled.
Okay, Jide, in the briefing you just referred to now by the national chairman of INEC, he also informed Nigerians that the beavers is now subject of attack by thugs. Obviously, they've moved away from the ballot boxes. They are now going for the beavers. This is is this not worrisome?
Well, it's not. It is worrisome, but it is not totally unexpected. If they can attack INEC offices weeks into this election, you should know that they will target the beavers, knowing full well that is the game changer in this election. So INEC should have also redoubled efforts to ensure that whoever is having the beavers is properly secured by the security agencies. And that is where I have a bit of concern in those who have the large polling units, because if the officials that don't wrap up on time, nobody can be sure what can happen later in the evening, particularly if voting gets into night. I mean, the INEC chairman talked about Oshimini in Delta State, where about 6 beavers allegedly was snatched. They've been able to recover 3. They couldn't recover 3 yet.
That's in Casino.
We also mentioned the incident in Goza where bandits or Boko Haram members were shooting from mountain top at the poll officials and the electorate. It's what you see. Lawrence, I think we should just not overhype those isolated instances.
Exactly.
We know they will happen. And what I've expected security agencies to do is to do proper mapping of the flashpoint. Goza and several parts of Borno State, we know anything outside of the metropolitan Maiduguri, every other place in that place should be taken as the military war zone, and there should have been better preparation to foster. I mean, the INEC chairman talked about the incident in Shiroro, also in Imo, in Abia, where election is taken off late. In Imo, he highlighted about 4 wards. 4 local governments, Oguta, Otsu, Olu, and one other local government. Yeah. Anokigwe. So he mentioned those, but of course I know Imo State has 27 local governments. So if there are issues with 4 local governments, you and I went to school, so it's still a pass mark for INEC. And in the 4 local government, I think it's only in Okigwe that is so like the entire local government. In some is just half of the 11 wards, maybe in 5 wards in order. So by and large, we cannot but have incidences in a very complex exercise like this one. The only thing I will encourage my compatriots to do is to be patient with the electoral management body. It's always very difficult to bet change. Somebody made a comparison yesterday now on Facebook about Nigeria is pregnant and is going to deliver a baby today. And you know the birth pang, what it's like for women, it's always very painful. But if they are patient, that pain will disappear. And the most important thing is for our votes to count. And of course, according to INEC chairman, the beavers has worked more perfectly in many places than where there are issues. And of course, they have capacity to fix whatever. You highlighted the issue in Maiduguri Metropolis and Kire, where they said they're having issues with the beavers. But all of that, I believe, will be fixed. When the INEC chairman comes back to address press at 4:30, I believe that we will have more success stories, more improvement. But you see, the issue of logistics was flagged, which is what was responsible for the late commencement. And we saw this coming when this manner redesign thing was done. We knew, even at the best of times, these NURTW people may have one excuse or the other why they couldn't be at the rack center early enough to call to carry personal and sensitive material. And INEC time also alerted some that for a particular, I don't know whether it was Shiroro or somewhere, that they deliberately did not deploy early for security reasons.
Yes.
Because they were advised not to go out early. So some of this could be, you and I may not know that there are security concerns in a particular area. And when INEC decides to delay, we often will question and query and jibe at them. I mean, no election is worth the life of anybody. We don't want to have anybody in body bags because they are serving as ad hoc staff or because they went to vote. So lives are more important to preserve. And we should just cooperate with the electoral management body to see that this is brought to a logical conclusion and successfully too.
All right. Thank you so much, Jide, for your interventions and your updates. I'm sure that before results are released, we may have cause to get back to you for some other analysis on the issue. Thank you so much, Jide.
My pleasure. Always a pleasure.
Well, that's my colleague Jide Ojo, who is a media professional. He's also an author and also an election commentator, giving us an update of what has been happening in some of the areas and raising some issues, reacting to some of the things said by the INEC chairman. Yes, we are still taking calls. You can call us on 0903 2229797 or 0818 2222205 or 0818-2222-206. Any of these numbers, you can call us. You can also send us a WhatsApp message and tell us where you're writing in from and let us talk. It's presidential election. Yes, there is a caller here. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon.
Please, my name is Lauren. I'm calling from Abuja.
Your name is?
Florence.
Florence?
Yes.
Okay, Florence, go ahead, please.
Please, I want to talk about the case of some ballot.
Hello, Florence, can you turn down the volume of your radio set, or you can move away to avoid this feedback?
I am not close to my radio.
I'm still getting this feedback, and it's okay, go ahead. I think it's better now.
To talk about the ballot board, but there's no level pattern.
I think I can't exactly get what you're saying. Please, could you just start all over?
Some ballot boards, there's no Labour Party.
Some ballot boxes, what happened to them? Oh, I think, I don't know, the connection is very poor. Florence, you can call back. We did not exactly get what you were saying. And when you call back, please move away from your radio set to avoid the interference that we noticed earlier. The number to call is 0903 2229797. You can also call us on 0818 2222205 or 0818-2222-206. Any of these numbers, let's talk. It's the presidential and the National Assembly election currently going on. By INEC's timetable, election voting should be over in the next 11 minutes, but I doubt that will be the case. Generally, the polls didn't start on time, so we should expect that voting will still continue in most parts of the country until around 3, 4, and sometimes maybe even 5 o'clock. We have another caller here. Let's see this time. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Who's on the line, please?
Yeah, this is Emmanuel on the line.
Okay, Emmanuel, where are you calling from?
I'm calling all the way from New Yanya.
Okay, in New Yanya. Let's have your update. What's happening there?
No, New Yanya is calm and stay. So the election was, it wasn't that, it did not start on time, as usual. And though that was not my polling unit, I voted in the massacre.
Hello, Emmanuel, please, could you reduce your volume of your radio set, or you can just move away completely?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, better now. Please go ahead.
Okay, I was saying, the polling unit at the massacre. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, please.
The polling unit was not organized at all. It wasn't organized.
Okay.
That they had to start late. The beavers machine was rejecting people's cards. That people are even getting to it gets to a point that they were even annoyed. Some are beginning to go to their houses that they can no longer vote anymore. what's really happening? They are really trying to disenfranchise people from voting. It's very, very sad. It's not encouraging at all. It's not encouraging. The beavers of 18 is not working.
Okay, Emmanuel, I can appreciate your frustration, but then this is not the time for us to give up. There are challenges all over, and everything has been done to put together. Okay, hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Arimi Solani.
Okay, please go ahead. Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Sukuru Extension.
Okay, please go ahead. What's happening in your end there?
Anyway, what is actually happening is e-preparation.
It's what?
E-prepare.
Okay.
I discovered that in the area where I am presently, a lot of people are just queue on the line, waiting for how to.
Hello? Okay. I think we lost that. Please, you could call back. The numbers are 0903 2229797. You can also call us on 0818 2222205 or 0818 2222206. Yes, we have another call online. Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Florence,
Yes,
I'm calling back.
yeah, Florence, I think your line is better now.
I'm trying to say that some ballot box, there's no labor party on it.
Okay, Florence, yes, I think that issue has been explained by the chairman of INEC. He explained that he just spoke at the press briefing now, and he gave some explanation as to what that happened. But I don't think it's cause for alarm for now.
Okay, sir.
All right. Well, are you still at the polling unit or?
I'm still at the polling unit. My number is 909.
Oh, 909. Okay, don't give up. Just wait until you cast your ballot. Is this your first time of voting?
Yes, I'm just 18 years old.
Oh, okay. So you are the treasure of history today, and I'm sure 10 years' time you'll be proud of yourself, what you did when Nigerians went to poll in 2023. Don't give up, Florence. Just hold on tight until you cast your ballot.
Thank you very much. About the phone.
Thank you so much, Florence. Yes, that's first time voter online. Despite, and this applies to so many others, despite the hiccup, we should not give up. It's not the time. We've put in so much for this day, and it will not be fair on us as a nation and as citizens to throw up our hands in despair and just walk away. No, we have to say this true. Yes, we're trying to reach our correspondent online, and the line is let's see whether we can reach him now. Ezenwa, this time around is not in the forest looking for some things to do for the gods. He's on the field and seeing what is happening in the election. Yes, we're trying to get through to Ezenwa here. I hope he picks up, because if we can't get to him, there are others lined up. We are trying to reach our colleague in Yola, Amadi Nui, who is the head of News Central and the bureau chief. We've been trying to reach him too. And also Omole Timothy, who is standing by in Elisha. Okay, yes, we have Ezenwa on the line here. Let's see. Hello, Ezenwa, you're live on air. Hello, Ezenwa, you're live on air. Can you give us an update? What's happening from your end? Oh, we lost that. Okay. All right, it's still live updates from the studios here, from the studios of Citizens Decide station here. Elections going on, and we are bringing you updates. Let's take a short break. We will return for more information from our correspondents across the nation.
And that's when materials arrived in some of the units, and that's why voting is still ongoing up until now. But so far, so good. The process has been seamless from accreditation to voting. Everything in this area is seamless, no issues. Just about two cases of just two people who mentioned that the Beavers didn't, the Beavers rejected them. Just about two people so far that I've seen in this area. So everyone else accredited, voted, and then voting is still ongoing, like I said, in the few of the polling units. The others are done, but people are still hanging around, still observing.
All right, thank you so much, Ezema. Thank you for your update. We'll get back to you much later in the day.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, that's my colleague Ezema. This time around is not in the forest looking for the Echenche and the Nche. He's looking for votes and everything. Anyway, my colleague is here in the studio, right? Didi is here. Didi, what's up?
I'm very fine, thank you.
Yeah, it's so nice to have you on the other side of the microphone.
Actually. And I want to start by saying thank you. My God, you've been doing an amazing job here today.
Thank you.
I've been listening. I've been following since 7 a.m. since you started, and it's been an amazing outing so far.
Thank you.
Well
I just wish I could do a quiz, and so that you know how it feels to be on the other side to answer questions. Okay, number one question. How many people do you have in Nigeria now?
It depends.
Anyway, thank you so much, Didi, for coming in. And if you're just joining us, Didi will take over from me, and she will be running the shift until much later in the evening when Ezema will take over from her. Didi, thank you for coming in. I'm sure that you have a lot of stories to tell our people.
Yeah.
And some of our correspondents also sent in a lot of interviews. Many of them have not been used. I'm sure you will use a lot of all those interviews. Anyway, so that's how it's going to be from now on. The next time you hear any voice in the studio, it will be Didi's. And I'll be signing out to go take some rest. Tomorrow it's another day, because this is just one phase of the process, the election phase. Then we'll enter the counting, the collation, and the announcement. Attention will shift to the collation center here in Abuja at the International Conference Center. All is set from tomorrow. I hope everyone will be glued to the activities at the conference center. It's going to be a very interesting moment. Elections are supposed to be enjoyed and not endured. Elections are not supposed to be stressful for people. It's supposed to be an opportunity for Nigerians who are really the employers to employ new presidents, new senators, new House of Reps members, and everything. But I think we'll get there someday.
Of course we will. We'll also be joining Philomena, of course, with the situation, just to give us a feel of what is happening there, the atmosphere, and all the vibes that we need to feel at this time. I know that, of course, expectations will tilt towards that side from tomorrow, as you said earlier, but we also need to feel the pulse a bit, just to know what's happening from that end.
Yes. And I'm sure that Didi is going to do a great job. I will also be listening and cooling off and enjoying myself.
It's my turn.
Because this is a great nation, and we cannot afford not to keep reminding ourselves what a great nation we are.
We're a nation.
Nigeria. I am Nigerian. I am a citizen. Citizen FM 93.7 Abuja.
This is our journey. We've had our finest moments and our darkest hours. Yet we pull ourselves back from the brink every time. We are a resilient people. We are Nigeria. And when we talk, we share our views on Talk Radio 93.7 Citizen FM. A people united will never be defeated.
We are Nigerians. We are one people. God made us united in our diversity. We have one history. We have one destiny. We are Nigerians. Let's rise and build. We have a vision with hope of what can be. Our dreams are lofty, our future great. Yes, we can do what's right and walk in love's just ways. We are Nigerians. Let's rise and build. We are Nigerians. We are one people. God made us united in our diversity. We have one history. We have one destiny. We are Nigerians. Let's rise and build. We've had our bitter taste of hate and bitterness. We've danced in agony to drums of war. But now we see the light. Let's tribe and tongue unite. We are Nigerians. Let's rise and build. We are Nigerians. We are one people. God made us united in our diversity. We have one history. We have one destiny. We are Nigerians. Let's rise and build.
We are Nigerians, though of many tribes, and each with a different tongue. We stand united in our resolve to build, to defend, and to honor our great nation. We are a great people, from the beautiful grasslands and savanna to our rich rainforest, in a land flowing with oil and gold. Hear the clatter of groundnuts, hear the whispering palms, see the towering cocoa trees. We are Nigeria.
Hello, Abuja. You are listening to 93.7 Citizen FM, the latest radio station based in Nigeria's capital. Our station seeks to broadcast a broad mix of culture and views with priority given to development programming to enable residents share ideas and opinions, music and drama. At Citizen FM, we believe in progressive talk and solution-driven conversation. Our aim is to build a united Nigeria by bringing people of diverse culture together through communication. Enjoy listening to 93.7 Citizen FM. We are more than just a radio station. We are a part of your life.
We teach girls shame. Close your legs, cover yourself. We make them feel as though by being born female, they're already guilty of something.
So I think right now we have the chance to be heard, and that's why we're doing it. We're all doing it because we're asking to try and elicit change.
No woman should sit down and allow a man to speak about her reproductive rights.
But it is about opening spaces for other women and not to be seen as token, and that because I'm a woman, I'm only speaking about women at the table. No, I'm speaking about side of the table that is empty, and the women have to be there. So
I want us to leave this world better than we found it. And how I choose to affect change is by speaking up, by being the first, and by being the dominant.
Over 4 billion of the world's population are girls and women, also faced with challenges that affect our world and contributing solutions to them. Let's have conversations and get some answers to them through their eyes and voices. Tune in to Perspectives, where we discuss important issues ranging from climate change, politics, health, the economy, and lifestyle on Citizen FM 93.7 Abuja. Weekdays from midday. Perspectives. Conversations that matter.
In line with our mission for development journalism, Citizen FM 93.7 presents Citizen Speaks. Citizen Speaks is a program that serves as a platform where the government meets the governed. It is a general purpose hourly interactive program which focuses on the key sectors of the Nigerian state, including the economy, governance, security, religion, socials, transportation, health, military-civil relationships, intercultural relationships, and humanitarian services. Join us every Tuesday at 2 p.m. for Citizen Speaks and interacts with policymakers, technocrats, public servants, corporate individuals, members of the Federal Executive Council, heads of public institutions, and other issues affecting their well-being and nation building. Don't miss Citizen Speaks, only on Citizen FM 93.7 Abuja. It promises to be a listener's delight.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. In the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. This is to inform the general public that the holy month of Ramadan, the month of impactful rewards, and the month of blessings is here again. Therefore, we beseech Muslim faithfuls to sponsor our Ramadan programs such as Call to Prayers, Tafsir Quran, Qira'atul Quran, Ramadan Talks, Women of Jannah, Paradise, specially designed for the Muslimah. Children program for our young upcoming Ustaz. Dawn program, Sahur Special, live on Citizen FM, and many more. Allah says, who will loan Allah a beautiful loan on earth, and Allah will build a house for him or her in Jannah. Talk to us today. Please call 0806 397 7823, 0812 0043 or 0817 3964218. Let's partner to make it a Ramadan to remember.
are young, life is so exciting. But what happens when you get older? Things start to slow down, and that is the wrong time to be broke. Everyone aspires to work and retire well, but millions of people just aren't saving nearly enough to give them the standard of living that they hope for when they do. But a pension plan makes up for this by providing financial protection when your energy is not what it used to be. You worked for your pension. Now your pension will work for you. Trust Fund Pensions Limited presents The Pension Pot. Listen to The Pension Pot and learn all you need to know about organizing your finances to live a rich, full life well into your latter years. Join me, Stanley Bentu, on The Pension Pot. The Pension Pot, as it comes your way every Wednesday at 2 p.m. only on Citizen FM 93.7. Trust Fund Pensions Limited is here to help you manage and grow your retirement savings so you remain prepared for uncertainties and are able to fulfill your post-retirement aspirations. The Pension Pot. The Pension Pot. Don't miss it.
Make we join our hearts to build a nation of our dreams. Your problem is my problem and my joy is your joy. Make we join our hearts to build a nation of our dreams. Your problem is my problem and my joy is your joy.
3 p.m. That's what the time is. It is Citizen FM 93.7. And today is a big day for us all as a people, Nigerians, in fact, and even international observers. It is the election 2023. Nigeria decides today. Citizens decide who will be our next president for the next 4 years, or perhaps even the next 8 years. And it has been pretty interesting so far. If you've been listening to us on Citizen FM 93.7, we've been bringing you live feed from different polling units across Nigeria. And in fact, at some point, we even brought you the address from INEC chairman, Professor Yakubu. And so far, so good. We've been getting live feeds from other parts of Nigeria as well, not just Abuja, not just the Federal Capital Territory. And it's been pretty peaceful. Reports of peaceful updates on what the situation is like across different parts are much more than we have seen reports of any unrest in any part of Nigeria. I am Didi. Between now and 6 p.m. or 7 p.m., I'll be with you here to, continue from where Mr. Lawrence Omoete stopped. He's been an amazing host today on the show. It's been a fantastic time. In fact, I felt like I went around all polling units just listening to him, and every single reporter, every single Citizen FM correspondent on the field today. I want to say kudos to every single person for bringing us live feed, for all the voice notes sent in, for every interview. Yes, for every interview held, for every live update given generally, situation reports from all across Nigeria, from all across the Federal Capital Territory mostly, and other parts of Nigeria. In fact, on my end, I've been following the situation. I stay around the Iguarin axis of Abuja, and for my polling unit, it was pretty peaceful, at least until the time I left, and I'm hoping that it will be the situation until close of polls today. My God. For some areas, they are rounding off already, but some other areas where it started a little later than expected. It was supposed to start at 8:30, but of course we know that not everywhere started at 8:30. Some areas there were delays. Some areas there were network situations. Not just the FCT, of course. I'm talking I'm talking across Nigeria. So those kind of places that were affected by any one of these reasons I just highlighted are still still taking votes. Yes. What has been happening on the bigger thing across Nigeria? We know that so far so good. This will be the first time that Nigeria will be adopting the BVAS model to conduct elections. The chairman of INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, has stated that the bimodal voter identification system, that's BVAS, has become a target of attack by political thugs in some parts of the country. But so far so good. We're winning the war, aren't we? We are. It was earlier today that he briefed journalists on complaints so far from across the country. He said those attacked a polling unit in Safana local government area of Katsina State and another polling unit in Oshimili local government area of Delta State. And they carted away 6 BVAS machines from Katsina and 2 from Delta. But he said the stolen machines have been replaced while the police have recovered 3 out of the 6 stolen in Katsina State. And that's one of the reasons why I beat my chest and say, I mean, it's been it's been a war won so far so good. Yes. He assured that no matter how long it takes, every Nigerian on the queue before the allotted time of 2:30 p.m. will be allowed to vote. It's already 3:05. I'm wondering where you are listening to me from. Is the process still going on in your area? Or are they collating already? Are they gathering materials? Are they packing up already? We also need to acknowledge that INEC, as I mentioned earlier, that INEC officials arrived at some places later than expected. INEC chairman disclosed that information from across the country indicates that BVAS machines were functioning optimally. They were doing just great. Yeah. And across Nigeria, we also know some newsmakers who have cast their votes. The president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria at about 10 a.m. today, put his thumbprint on a ballot paper, on his own ballot paper at about 10 a.m. in Daura, Katsina State today. I saw that live on TV and I'm like, yes, that's my president. Yes. APC presidential candidate Tinubu also cast his vote, the Ikeja polling unit. I saw that as well. Peter Obi of Labour Party cast his vote earlier today. APC chairman, Senator Abdullahi Adamu, it was around 1:10 p.m. that he was able to cast his own vote. Yeah. Just live feeds of what's been going on across Nigeria so far. Katsina State Governor Aminu Bello Masari also cast his own vote in Kafar in Katsina State. Some state governors that have voted so far, I think basically like every one of them so far so good. Kogi State Governor cast his in Okene. We saw from Oshun, Lagos, Kano, Akwa Ibom, Katsina. In fact, just other parts of Nigeria basically. And of course, I was mentioning Peter Obi earlier. It was at Anaocha local government area of Anambra State that he cast his at about 11:48. Right. And Governor Abiodun, also Governor Dapo Abiodun of Ogun State has also voted, and so far so good. All of these places where they were voting, Governor Dave Umahi, I think generally like everyone has done well so far. Yeah, so far so good, and it's been amazing. Yeah, I like to say, because what I've been seeing on television, and in fact some reports from across local media, has been pretty impressive, right? Yeah, it's been pretty good. But something that we need to always shake ourselves up to remember is that it is not just the presidential elections going on today. We also have National Assembly elections going on too. Yes, of course, we need to remember that. But of course, people are so focused on presidential elections because it's like we have the baton in our hands and we're waiting, looking for who it is that would receive the baton from the president who will be signing out June 12th. Right. It's going to be a pretty interesting one. I can't wait for counting to start. I can't wait to, begin to feel the pulse and be like, yes. But of course, we would only accept numbers that are revealed by INEC officials. INEC alone reserve the right to give us numbers. Yes. Okay, so please be careful during this period. People who use social media and would want to, bank their updates or news feed from social media, please be very careful. The information that you may see on social media in the next couple of hours, not every one of them would be correct. Some people would be very emotional. Some people would want to trigger other people. We need to be careful, okay? So take everything you see on social media with a pinch of salt. Do not believe everything you see on social media until INEC reveals the numbers and say, hey, these are the correct numbers. Then you can believe them, okay? And yes, as well. Please, you on the other end of the line, trying to, concoct stories now because you want to just be the first to break stories that are not existing. Please, we're not in that mind frame right now. We can't even afford that. People are touchy, people are edgy, people are anxious. Okay, don't be the trigger. Don't be the one to sit down because things are looking in a certain direction or in a certain way. You just want to start screaming a particular political party and say, hey, this person with that person. No, don't do that. Don't do that, all right? Don't let the devil use you. Amen? Do not let the devil use you. As I said earlier, I'll be with you until about 7 p.m. It's we're going to be having a great time on radio. INEC chairman will be briefing us very soon at about 4 p.m. That's in less than an hour. In 50 minutes time from now, in about 50 minutes. It's 3:10 p.m. So yes, it's about in about 50 minutes, INEC chairman Mahmoud Yakubu will be addressing us. We'll also be getting update from the Situation Room where Philomena Okolo is standing by, waiting for us. In fact, I will be speaking in a bit with, let me get that right, yes, Njoko Emmanuel, who is the Director of Democracy and Governance, Head of Election Observation Mission for Connected Development, Uzabe. We're speaking with him in a bit in about 20 minutes time, yes, and about 20 minutes before we take the address, the briefing from INEC chairman. We'll also be looking at headlines across dailies, verified dailies, please. Of course, these are very interesting times. We would all want to be very careful. Yeah, so we'll be taking the stories. I'll be very careful. We'll be very, very careful today. But of course, we still need to know what's going on around us, right? Yes. So we'll be taking a look across headlines today. Interviews from polling units. A lot of our in-house correspondents have done a great job, a fantastic job, I'd say. So far, so good. Since about 8 a.m. thereabouts, since they've been calling in. I mean, people, you may have heard their voices on Citizen FM 93.7. So now we'll be talking to other people as well. Other people who would want to tell us what the situation is around where they cast their votes or where they are, basically, what the situation is. Yeah, we have some of them on standby. So as I said, it's pretty packed. And I would like you to stay with me until we round off today on the show. I mean, why not, right? Yes, and we cannot forget how we would be enjoying music. It's sun is up now, right? The sun is up, so we need to be calming down. I know some people have been really stressed out at polling units at different points. It's been, I know. So you may just want to relax for a bit, just enjoy good music. Yes, it's a great time. It's a great day. Nigeria is deciding on this day, so we need to keep our spirits up. We need to stay positive. We need to stay excited. But hey, whatever the case, please do not take laws in your hands. Do not start anything that you will not be proud of. Okay? Thank you very much. Okay, so let's take the song. In a bit, we will be joining, as I said earlier, the Director, Democracy and Governance, Head of Election Observation Mission for Connected Development, Uzabe. Okay, Bob Marley. Let's listen to the first song from him today. Stand Up for Your Right. I think it's a very timely song at this day. Yeah, on this day, right? I think it's a super timely song. The songs I just listen to because of the message that they carry about a particular time. Stay with us. It is an FM 93.7.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Preacher man, don't tell me heaven is under the earth. I know you don't know what life is
away everything and make everybody feel high. But if you know what life is worth, you will look for yours on earth. And now you see the light, you stand up for your rights. Ja, get up, stand up, ja, ja, stand up for your rights. Get up, stand up, get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight. Life is your right. Get up, stand up. So we can't give up the fight. Stand up for your right. Lord, Lord. Get up, stand up. Keep us traveling on. Don't give up the fight. Yeah.
We're sick and tired of your ism, schism, game, dine and go to heaven in Jesus' name, Lord. We know when we understand. Almighty God is a living man. You can fool some people sometimes, but you can't fool all the people all the time. So now we see the light. We gonna stand up for our rights. So you better get up, stand up. Don't give it up.
Stand up for your right.
Stand up right now.
Get up, stand up. Don't give up the fight.
Don't give it up. Don't give it up.
Get up, stand up.
Get up, stand up.
Stand up for your right.
Get up, stand up.
Get up, stand up.
In your neighborhood.
Don't give up the fight.
Get up, stand up.
Get up, stand up. Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up.
Nigeria decides 2023, 25th of February 2023. I remember just a few days ago we were counting down. How time flies, right? So it's that day. Yes, we're here. And it is an amazing feeling. I know, I totally understand, because even me, I'm very giddy. I'm excited about it, just as I anticipate what would be. Yeah, what's going to happen in the next couple of days. So we know for a fact that INEC has said that collation will begin on Sunday. Yeah, the chairman disclosed this today while he was giving updates on the voting process nationwide. He also said this was the first time that the general elections was not postponed since 2011. Mahmoud Yakubu said, while the BVAS worked optimally in most of the states across the federation, the commission had recorded some challenges that I had mentioned earlier that, we know that this pockets, unrest or hitches or challenges would definitely come, but we're really glad that it has not overwhelmed INEC at any point in time. It's just a few of them. He said one of the challenges was the inability of the commission to open the polling units at the appointed hour of 8:30 in a number of places. He also decried insecurity in some parts of the country, but he has assured that no Nigerian will be disenfranchised, not on his watch. I like to hear things like that, right? But we know for a fact that INEC has said that collation of results will begin on Sunday, according to Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, who is the chairman of INEC. This is one of the times that INEC is so popular this period. My God, what a time.
This is Brother Fela Ransom Kuti. This is one time I would like to say a few things. Men are born, kings are made, treaties are signed, wars are fought. Every country has its own problems. So has Nigeria, so has Africa. Let us bind our wounds and live together in peace. Nigeria, one nation, indivisible. Long live Nigeria. Viva Africa. The history of mankind is full of obvious turning points and significant events. Though tongue and tribe may differ, we are all Nigerians. We are all Africans. War is not the answer. It has never been the answer. and it will never be the answer, fight amongst each other. Let's live together in peace. Nigeria, one nation, indivisible. Long live Nigeria. Viva Africa. Let's eat together like we used to eat. Let's plan together like we used to plan. Sing together like we used to sing. Dance together like we used to dance. United we stand, divided we fall. You know what I mean. I hope you did, my friend. Let us bind our wounds and live together in peace. Nigeria, one nation, indivisible. Long live Nigeria. Viva Africa.